Let's see. Peace and greetings, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, how's everybody doing? How are you feeling? Welcome on in. It is Friday. It is Venus Day. It is Gemini season. How are we feeling? How are we doing? Welcome on in. Let me know where you all are tuning in from. What state, what part of the world, what country. You guys wasn't ready? Listen, it's been a long day. I don't know about you all, but how are you feeling? How are you feeling? How are you doing? Also, let me know because you guys are checking in from everywhere. I see Valerie is checking in from Alabama. Holy Hammett is checking in from West Hollywood, California, Columbus, Ohio. Welcome on in. Welcome in. Where is that? Texas is checking in. Cleveland, Ohio, Oklahoma. Boy, y'all are getting it in. Yes, I was on TikTok last night. We got to talk about that. TikTok done gave me a TikTok card and I went live on TikTok. We're gonna talk about that because I'm gonna be talking more about that. Ohio is in the house, the Bay Area, California, Akron, Ohio, Los Angeles, London is in the building, California, Pomerana, California, Las Vegas is in the building, Toronto is here. I love it. St. Louis, Oakland, Detroit. Detroit. Oh my goodness, this energy feels intense. Yes, we're going to talk about it. Arlington is in the building. Welcome on in. Canada is in the house. Welcome on in. Jennifer P is checking in from Texas, Brooklyn. My birth city is in the building. Welcome on in. West Oakland, California, a lot of California in the house, Virginia, Dallas, Texas. Priestess Donna Lee, good to see you checking in from Toronto, Canada. Mhm. Wow. Also, more Virginia in the building. Oh, oh, oh my goodness. What a week. Daytona, Florida. Let's see. Boston. Okay. Colorado Springs. Papa, Papa Flynn checking in from Colorado Springs. I used to live out in that area near Fountain area. I used to work for Apple. Matter of fact, I came to work for Apple at that time. I was working for Apple Corporation when Steve Jobs first came back to Apple, and I got a chance to see him in the flesh. And I was a newbie there out in Fountain, Colorado, and Steve Jobs was there. We saw some real interesting and innovative meetings. We used to have these meetings that we would have with our manager, and we would go in these soundproof rooms, and they were called cat and dog, like a cat and dog fight. And whatever you said in that room could not be held against you. And it didn't matter your position. It didn't matter if someone was higher than you, lower than you. You could use profanity. You could say whatever you needed to say. Employees would go in this room and they would air out their grievances. We would also talk about productive things, but I had never experienced anything like that. And I had that first experience working for Apple. And also, yes, like back in the day, how many of you remember when I created Dump It? Dump It is going to come back. I got a good mind. The world needs a good Dump It right now. But yes, that was some of the things that I talked about with Dump It. That's right. I told that story, Shanice. You're right about Dump It. That's where Dump It was born. But that was so profound. And then, you guys remember Dump It? Gas draws. Welcome on in. It amazes me that you guys remember all of this stuff, this wild and magical stuff. But yeah, anyway, and they also, Apple in Fountain, Colorado was one of the first places, I believe, in the United States where you could actually bring your children to work with you, and they had a daycare on site. So innovative, so ahead of the curve, so ahead of the curve. You guys remember Dump It? Welcome in, Michelle, Kobe. Welcome in, Siobhan. Welcome in, Roberta. Everybody, let's get those likes up so the Soul family can find us. They can connect with us, and we can get this started. We can get this started because we got a lot to talk about tonight. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, yeah. So, welcome in, welcome in. If you're new here, also let me know. Empress Emma, Evelyn, and also Real Bridget B. Welcome in, welcome on in. Tremel, welcome in. Brenda in the house. Welcome in. We got the UK. Just got back from a wedding in the UK. Tuning in. Welcome in. New here. We got some newbies in the house. You guys will notice that things are a little different to the setup here. I am getting things together. Anubis, welcome on in. Good to see you. Welcome on in, sis. I am a Hava 777. Welcome on in. Kevin Wise, welcome on in. Ooh, love that. Yoni Melanin, bring it on in. Yeah, it's a good time for a Yoni talk and some melanin talk we can always get into. But I'm going to be talking about frequency tonight. There is some things that we need to discuss when it comes to that is going to really help us this time, especially since we're moving into this energy and it is Gemini season. And so shouts out to all of my sun sign, my Geminis. If my Geminis are in the building, welcome on into Geminis. Sending you so much love. Lola Falana, welcome on in. Oh, you are a Gemini. Well, happy birth month, right? Well, it's gonna kind of go a little further, but happy birth month. Shut the front door, Tremel. Happy born day. Your birthday is today. Well, we're gonna see. I may have to run it up and give you Gemini's your born day today. Hmm. Prince was a Gemini. Ooh, yes. And Prince has been coming through pretty heavy. He's been coming through for a couple of weeks now. We got so many. Wait a minute. Barbara J says her birthday is on Sunday. Man, we just have these Geminis in the building that is just doing it up, just doing it up. Absolutely. Doing it up for the Geminis in the building and everyone in the building. Just welcome on in. Welcome on in, Donetta. I want to make sure I'm saying it right from the Bahamas. I want to welcome on in. Okay, your birthday is today too? Doing her thing though. Happy born day. Wow, look at that. Happy born day. Wow, it's so good to have you here. Happy born day. To everyone. Welcome on in. Everyone, let's just give it up for all the gems in the eyes. Yeah, all the gems in the eyes. Wow, wow. Okay. Listen, here is something. I am helping a Gemini with her birth chart today. Powerful, powerful, you guys. Because yes, we definitely have a lot of Gemini's in the building. QTYs said, my son Amari's birthday was yesterday. What a powerful frequency day. We had a 4 code of 2222 on yesterday. So powerful. Happy born day to your son there and everyone who's celebrating a born day. Wow. Okay. Isaac wants us to know, hi from Pittsburgh. Love the Taurus advice. Have yet to do the activation. Well, it's not too late. Not too late, Isaac. You can still dive in when you need to dive in. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Maya said, "Do you prefer Western or Verdict?" Mm, I would say I have more of an in-depth knowing when it comes to astrology with Western astrology, but I also have a learning thirst for Vedic astrology. I like it all. I really, really like it all. I kind of mix it with the energetic component. So it gives a nice little twist to it. But I love that question. You got to let me know, Maya, what you prefer. Cynthia, your granddaughter's birthday is on 6/8. Look at that. Wait a minute. Taylani, your birthday, you said I'm a Gemini, May 31st. Oh, the geniuses are showing up. Healing Spirit said Gemini here, born on 5/29. Listen, if you guys did not go back and hear the last show that I did, please make sure you go back and listen. Lots of good gems in there. NFN Shanka, I think I said it. Dominican Republic is in the building, born on 6/20. My goodness. Welcome in. That's right. Holy cow. There are tons of twins in here. Yes, Roz. My goodness. Oh, you can go back and you can see it. It's going to be under the live tab. I can give you the name here. Mm-hmm. Are May gems different from June gems? Absolutely. I think they are a little different. They're a little different, just depending on the decan that they were born in into astrology. The last show that I did was called Blessings or Block. We were talking about their Jupiter at the crossroad. Yeah, and there, that's the name of it. Let's see. Mm, hmm Maya said my birthday is 5/28. They say verdict is more ancient, and I feel like this version of me is leaning towards Vedic. Okay, Gemini and Western, but Scorpio and Vedic. Yeah, I think it's great when you can kind of look at them all and see what resonates with you, because at the end of the day, there is another component that goes in that even astrology is not taking into account. And remember, we are really all 12 zodiac signs. And as we continue to evolve and grow up on planet Earth, there is what's called your birth chart, which is kind of like you see the stars behind me. You guys, are y'all feeling the background here? So there is what's actually called a birth chart that you have, and then there is a progress chart. You know, we are growing into these charts. And remember, as much as the astrology is impacting your life, you are also impacting the astrology. So I want you to think about things like the constellation. And so the constellations actually live inside of you. We have these constellations, these planets, these alignments. We are a part of that. We're not separate from it, we're a part of it. And so we literally can actually impact what the moon is doing, how the sun is shining, you know, what's going on Jupiter, what's happening with the energy of Mars. All of that is being impacted by us as much as it's impacted on it's impacting us. Hey, Miss Blue, enjoyed you last night. I fell asleep right before I was getting ready to go back on. Well, glad you are here. And oh, as we get ready to get into this, I have a couple of announcements and then we're going to get into the live show. I want to say welcome to everyone here. It is so good to see you guys, and it feels so good to be here. That's right. And so here is Doreen, our resident astrologer here. She says, our progress moon changes every month. Absolutely. It changes every month. Absolutely. And thank you for that. QT Wise. You love my background. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. You said, yes, the goal is to master all strengths of the signs. Love the background. Love the Sky Quest. Hear from Brother Rich channel. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You guys are so magical. And speaking of which, shout out to Brother Rich again for having me on and for everyone who I have connected with. I have just fell in love with you guys. And I feel like it's such a good soul connection. And some of the most magical people I have met coming from you guys, and you're fitting so beautifully in with the soul family here. So I love that for all of us. I think it's definitely a win-win. And I love that for all of us, absolutely all of us. So whether you've been rocking with me for a very long time or you're a new listener who came on via Brother Rich's show, or maybe you've seen me on Do the Knowledge with the brother Knowledge Born Ali, or if you've seen me on King Simon's show or anywhere in these cosmic streets, believe it or not, TikTok gave me my little TikTok check. And I actually was able to go live on TikTok. When I tell you, I have slept on TikTok. I didn't realize TikTok got a little magic to it. And we hit over, who knows the last quote? I think we got up to like 44 or 46 or 40,000, 40K likes on TikTok, which was mind blowing. Like literally for my first time going live. And I'm going to hop over there and I'm going to go live over there as well. Inner Mystic Magic says some astrologies focus on sun, moon, and ascendant and rising. They also say your ascendant rising sign is how the world sees you. It is. It's how you rise to the occasion. It is what you rise to the occasion with. It's what are you rising with? You understand? But I feel like when you listen to your sun sign, we'll talk a little astrology here before we keep going. But when you are doing what you feel, and I'm going to preference this a little bit, so I don't want us to take this too literal. But when you are working in your purpose and you feel like you are in alignment with your soul's purpose, your sun sign tends to be more accurate. When you are still on that quest and you're searching for things, then your rising sign will seem to be more accurate for you. But I would say that it's all accurate, and take what aligns with you. Because here's the thing, when many of us were born, that time is as close to correct as possible, but it may not be completely accurate. It may not be completely accurate. Just be advised that all of these things are tools for you. And it is up to you to have that discernment, that wisdom to know what is in alignment for you. It's not here to guide your life. It's not here to tell you what to do. It is a tool for you to be able to navigate these cosmic streets out here and to see so that you can move towards what you feel your soul is calling you towards. It's not supposed to be your guide. You are the guide in your life. It is here to just assist you on your journey, but it's something powerful. And especially in the times that we're living in, it really sort of gives you the landscape of what the weather is. The atmosphere is that you have created, because never forget, you are the co creator with the divine. Yep. If you don't have to know your birth time. Any good astrologer, we can figure it out. We can figure it out close to. But here's some things you can do. Talk to your mother or talk to people who were around when your mother was giving birth to you. And you can ask questions like, was it daytime? What were they doing? And sometimes through those conversations, they'll say, well, I remember I was just your dad was just coming home from work and it was real cold outside and it was dark. You can ask questions like that. Do you remember, do you remember what you were watching on television? When you were driving to the hospital, was it daytime or nighttime? What time did you go in? If you start to ask these little questions, this will be good information that will get you in the ballpark, so that you can a good astrologer will be able to figure it out. In fact, they can just kind of look at some things, and with some sort of call and response, what I call spiritual call and response, they will be able to tell you when the closest time to when you were born. You're welcome, Miss Blue. You gave me a reading for my day, who now is 15. Wow, when she was an infant. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love it. Now I'm keeping those spiritual gifts close. Well, congratulations to you and also to baby girl. I'm so glad. And those are the readings I really love. I used to give baby lotus readings and baby glowing readings for the teenagers. The glowing lotus readings were for the teenagers, and the baby lotus were for babies being born up until they got into their teenage years. So really beautiful. Yeah, so welcome everyone on in. I am Miss Blue, the Soulful Oracle. And before we get started, let me ask you, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? And if you haven't checked in with your feelings, let's do that. Like I said, I have a couple of announcements that I'm going to make here, which I am beyond over the moon to talk about. And Inner Mystic 144, thank you for the super chat donation as well. Wow, I've been missing you, Miss Blue. I definitely have to go back to the old videos and find the information on water magic. Yeah, I have quite a few on the water magic. I still do readings. Now, let me talk about this. So, uh, uh, I'm going to talk about this, and maybe this will help because I'm getting this question a lot. I still do personal readings. However, right now I am finishing up a 3-year list. My waiting list for like the last 15, 16 years have been about 3 to 4 years long. I have decided over the last couple of years, like going back almost to 2018, that I would start slowing down how many readings I would take on. And so now I'm coming to taper that off. Every now and again, I have some time available when I'm not traveling for clients or doing other work, that I will open my books and I will bring some of the new people in. For now, what I do offer is I offer classes, which I have a class that I'm going to be announcing tonight that will be coming up. I will give you the date and I will give you the detail. I have classes because what I've come to know over this time of doing this work of 20 plus years is that you guys who are connected with me are the teachers, you're the healers, you're the leaders, you're the visionaries. You are the ones out here that really is activating that magic. And so I love teaching. It's one of my loves. I absolutely love it. I love it so much. And I love teaching about energy healing. I love teaching about frequency, and I love teaching about the multisensory world and your how to activate your multisensory abilities. And so I have devoted a lot of time into teaching over the last decade or so, and bringing more people to help empower them so that they can continue their paths and journey. So a lot of times what I would love for you to do is to take one of my classes, because then you have the ability to take this information and utilize it in your life, in your practice, in the work that you're showing up for the world, and the legacy continues. There's so many people who have taken my classes have had readings from me, because when you have a one-on-one session with me, there are probably people that'll tell you I did a reading 10 years ago, 13 years ago, 15 years ago, and they still have not completed the work that I gave them in that session. Because the goal is not for you to be dependent on me. The goal is for me to give you the guidance, to give you the tools, to give you the insight, and really show you the way so that you can begin to take this, and now you can do it for yourself and the loved ones in your life and the people you're working with, and begin to move yourself from that space. And so I have known for a long time that many people who gravitate towards me and my work, these are the teachers, these are the healers, these are the visionaries. These are the star seeds on the planet that will move us forward. You guys are those people. So I look at you more as an equal as I than I do more of a teacher student type of relationship. I don't see it that way. I see it as me assisting another teacher. Many of you come to me, you've been doing this work, you've been putting in the work, and it's just a few little like fine tuned things that you're needing along the way to just complete where you are. You understand? Just to complete, that package of the work that you've been doing and the work that you've been putting in. And Dr. Banks, my brother, is in the building. So good to see you. Love to you, Dr. Banks. Good to see you here. So it is always my goal to really just empower you. So I have what's called the Oracle Files reading, and I can put that in there. And for many years, we have taught the Self-Invested workshop. By the way, let me ring the bell for everyone who has been a part of Self-Invested and is Self-Invested, because once Self-Invested, always Self-Invested. And we have a portion of that which turned into the Galactic E-Files, which is also the Visionary Futuristic Activation class that many of you have taken. So I have some classes that are coming up. I have the Oracle file reading where you send me one question, even though I have yet to have anyone send me one question. You guys are like sending me thousands of questions at one time. And I send you back a recording. I dive into your Oracle file readings, and I give you solutions, and I give you things to work on from what particular area of your life. And so those Oracle files is what I have now for readings that are available. But I have a whole digital download store uh, filled with products. And there are really many workshops that you get to work with, that is going to, ooh, I didn't know what that was. Many workshops that is going to work with you that will help assist you along the way. And many people from working with the elements, the air, fire, water, earth, all of those, from soul fit, from the Akashic files where I show you and teach you how to go into your Akashic records. I guide you along with the goddess Hathor or the goddess Het Heru. And all of these things are coming in. You understand, these things are coming in, and you're able to connect with it, and you're able to tap in. So if one of the mods, Lola, Falana, if you would please put the links in the room for me, that would be great. I also have them available in the show notes here if you want to tap into that, and be able to get it. So there are 200 people plus listening to the live tonight, and I'm truly, truly honored. So I wanted to kind of get that out the way, because that's a question I've been getting a lot of emails on. So I don't know when my books are going to open again. I am working diligently on getting that list down. I thought I would be done in 2025, but it may have to go into 2026 before I can open my books. But have no fear. You can always catch me here. Now that they done let your girl go live on TikTok, I'm going to be on TikTok, and I'll be on social media platforms where you can find me. And definitely you can always find me here. And also you can find me in the club. I will be on Clubhouse as well. I have a room on Clubhouse called the Oracle's House, as well as Astro Magic, that we go into. So follow me on social. You'll get a chance to get that question answered, and be able to connect. And it's a way for me to get to know you. So thank you for that beautiful question. That being said, drum roll, please. So this is what I want you all to know, is that I am going to be starting a new uh, radio show. And the new radio show that I will be starting is going to be called All About Frequency. And yeah, it's going to be called All About Frequency. And I will be launching All About Frequency here really, really soon. And I am super excited about that. I will be giving out the dates and the times of when All About Frequency is going to go. You know, it's something that I actually have put on the meter a couple of years ago, and I didn't move forward with it. As you guys know, I'm a frequency girl. I'm a frequency girl. I love energy and everything about energy as it pertains to that. And so, all about frequency, and I want to read what I kind of wrote down just to kind of give that. And tonight is sort of the prelude into All About Frequency, because frequency is the new flex. And so I'm going to give you a taste of this frequency here, because this is where we're moving. When you hear people talk about the age of Aquarius, we are talking about frequency. If you think about the sign that Aquarius is, it's the frequency sign. It actually is the sign that is about it is about it represents the whole zodiac, because everything is energy, and energy as it's transmuted to us on the planet, it is a frequency. And so the show is called All About Frequency. And I want to say this kind of dropped in my spirit around 2017. And yeah, so if you've come across something that has said all about frequency, that's your girl. That's your girl. You might not have seen nothing be moved on it, but that's your girl right there, with the All About Frequency. So it's going to be a podcast. We're going to talk about it, and it's an extension of the remix, right? It's sort of the remix. The new season of the remix is evolved itself. It's in All About Frequency. And it's actually with a twist, all about frequency and a little bit mo. A little bit mo. All about frequency and a little bit mo. I was going to pull up the banner so you guys can see it. And I'll pull that up here in just a second. But the other thing I want to tell you about All About Frequency and a little bit mo is that I also am going to be doing a class. This is going to be, and um, I may actually extend this class a lot longer. And I'm going to tell you why. Let me just pull up my notes here. Let me pull up my notes. So the class that is coming up is going to be called, because all of this is surrounded about all about frequency. And so the class is all about frequency. It will be the prelude, the pre-rec for the launch of the show All About Frequency. And it's called All About Frequency, a 8-week live journey. I'm thinking about making it longer than 8 weeks. The rest of the year, I'm not going to say is going to be tough. I don't see it that way. But I do think that there is a certain coherence that I have seen in the Akashic records. And I want us to be able to have a place that we can come together, because this is not just going to be a mere class like you would think of a class. Yes, there will be learning that goes on in the class. There will be things that we work on in the class. But mainly, what's going to happen, and there it is right there. What is going to happen in this class? You will be doing real live exercises, not just for yourself, but it's much like where my divine priestess at in the building, and shouts out to all the priestess as well. But there will be active exercises that we will do and things that we're going to work on in real time on the planet. So it's going to be a collective that we come together. A portion of it we will be doing lots of things about learning how to elevate your frequency, how to master your frequency and your vibration, and of course, how to tune into frequency. So you will go through all of these nuances. And then there's going to be a second portion of that class when we actually get into the practice of activating our frequency. I am a certified holistic practitioner as well as a certified Reiki master. But over the years, I have learned some different things about energy from me working with it. And I kind of have my own style of working with energy and energy healing. And it's something I have longed to teach for a very long time. I have put little sprinkles here and there. But I really wanted a class where we can kind of get this work out into the world. It will also come with the certification. Now, believe you me, I am not certifying you because you are a sovereign being. I don't think you need to be certified, but there is a certification as far as acknowledgement and the hours and the time that and the work that you have put in to participate in this class. And so it's going to come with many different nuances where you will get a chance to not only work on yourself, but work on others as well. And also different world events and things that we will be working on. So you'll be working with energy healing, plus doing it on yourself, and also connecting it with the world, and all of that good juicy stuff. All of that good juicy stuff. So I'm super excited about that, that we will be getting into the frequency and tapping into the magic that way. In such a profound way. But I really am thinking about, I set the class for 8 weeks, but I'm really feeling like we need a little bit more than 8 weeks. To be honest, I really feel like we need this class for the next 6 months to really take us out of 2025 and move into 2024. So I'm just working on that. But let me tell you guys when the class is going to start, and I will be giving you updates along the way. It's going to start on June the 10th. June the 10th. So June the 10th is going to be the official kickoff day. I am giving you the introduction today of this so that you can start to prepare yourself if it's something you're interested in. So I will have that coming out for you very soon in the next couple of days to talk about this class and really be able to connect with and doing energy healing. It's going to be very interactive, which is something that I have long started to incorporate, but I've found a platform that I can navigate and I can do my thing, baby. And I can get it popping and we can get it popping and we can work together. So it's a way that we're going to be able to connect. We're going to be able to build community. We're going to be able to do some powerful work together, and really be able to spread it around the world in connection with other groups around the world that will also be doing their work as well. It is time for those of us who have been called for a greater purpose of bringing, and let me say it this way, bringing more light to the planet. And I want you to understand that when I say bringing more light to the planet, this is your God spark. Because I know that each and every single one of us has a God spark that's inside of us. That many of you, if you are here, you have activated that light. You see these lights right here? You've already started activating your your God spark, or you would not be here. You would not be listening to me. You wouldn't even be interested in none of this if you hadn't activated your God spark. So you have already started to activate that God spark that's inside of you. And what I would love to be instrumental in is helping you take it to the next level. And so that's why I say I don't think 8 weeks is long enough. I think we need some time to really get in there and to be able to connect with each other. It's not going to be a class that's for everyone. It's just going to be for those who feel like they are called. And so I want to share that. I hope y'all are excited as I am about that. So all about frequency is coming, and I am so excited to kick that off. I will let you know that when I will be doing the radio show all about frequency. Yep, and that will be able to, that's going to be streaming on multiple platforms, so you'll be able to connect, and that's going to stream on so many different platforms, and you'll be able to get that everywhere as well. And again, it is the continuation of, Planet Remix, the remix. And because we are all growing up on planet Earth, it's going to be a connection of that. So now, trying to think if there's anything else that I have to get in. Oh, don't let me forget. I have some more mystical positive omens and activations that I am going to be. Um, Thank you, Nikki. I am love for the super chat that I'm going to be giving you out. You guys had so much to say about the last positive omens, and you have been seeing them everywhere. You've been getting the downloads, the signs, and the activations. Wait till I give you these. Clock it. That's all I'm gonna say. Wait till I give you. I wish y'all could smell me. I smell so good right now. I'm not even gonna divulge what I got on. Lastly, how are we doing with liquid magic with the veil breaker? How are we doing with this? Are we doing good with this? Are we doing good? Do we want some more? Do we want some more of this? We did the veil breaker, and right about now, you guys should be coming close to the end of your veil breaker. So let me know. I'm going to go back and check the comment section because I have another formulation that is going to be good for us going forward. And I think you need some more, Michelle. I need some more liquid magic. And yeah. Priestess Keisha said, "Are you kidding me? Veil breaker is everything." Yes, I'm definitely going to keep it. Let me tell you, I'm not gonna hold you. I love it. I love it. So I am definitely going to be getting that. Okay. Okay. If you haven't left a comment, please leave a comment. So many of you purchased it, but please leave a comment. And I know last time a lot of people, they're going to be in limited supplies because Baby Blue told me to remind you guys that I'm not Amazon. I'm not Amazon. She said, just let them know you're not Amazon, mom. And neither am I. We got 222 clock it in chat. I love it. I love it. That's right. What a time to be alive and growing up on planet Earth. If nothing else moves you, life will. Life will move you. That's for sure. So, we're going to dive into the lesson. So, if you want, get you a pen, get you a piece of paper. We're going to dive into the lesson for tonight and talk about that. I got some good stuff I want to share with you that we're going to be getting into. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me pull this up for us here. Okay. Here we go. All right. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second, you guys. I got to pull this up. Come here. I don't know why my trackpad is not working like I need it to work. I don't know why it's not working like I need it to work. Okay. Um all right. So, this is what we're going to be talking about. Frequency is the new. What is it? Is the new frequency is the new flex. No flex. So, this is what we're going to be talking about. Frequency is the new flex. And this is such an important conversation to have at this time. And really for us to tap into it, because I get asked this question along and a lot of times, and that is how to read energy and not just people. Because a lot of times when it comes to understanding about energy, we utilize our energy and we're constantly working in the position where we are reading other people. We're searching, we're using our ability, which a lot of times is a misuse of power. And we're only using our understanding about energy and frequency to determine what is dangerous, what is good for us, and what is not good for us. That's what we're using it for. But I want to kind of give you another perspective on that and how to be able to connect with and how to read energy, period. Just, really just some guidelines about how to read energy and not just people. Not just people. So do this for me. Drop a diamond in chat if you've been feeling more than usual lately, but not always sure what it means. Like if you've been feeling something different, but not 100% sure about what that means, just drop a diamond in the blue room for me if you've been feeling something but not 100% sure about what that feeling is. It could have been when you walked in a space, or maybe you woke up in the morning and it's just something in the air. It could be when you're around people or not around people, but you are picking up something. You can feel it, but you're not quite sure exactly what that feeling is. And I see many of you have been feeling this. This has been coming up. this has been coming up in a lot of the readings lately. And so I usually gauge what subject, what we talk about based on how the sessions go, the spiritual consultation sessions, because I know us as a collective, we can't be wrong. We live in different places all over the world. And we do different work in the world. And I know if you all are really is coming up, then this is something good. So thank you for everyone who dropped that. Now drop the globe in the room if you're ready to learn how to read energy and not just people. This is something that I've been working with and doing for more than 20 years and helped so many others tap in. But I want to kind of give you some techniques here that you can begin to start checking in with so you can gain some deeper understanding. So you can amp up your superpowers when it comes to not just being able to read people, because most of us, our aura greets each other before we meet the person. So it's kind of easy to read people, really, but it's really hard to kind of read energy. And we know everything is made out of energy. So, yeah, so we're ready to do that. All right. So, we're going to do something really, really quick. And I want to get into this. Here are some things. Let's first get a deeper understanding about what I feel frequency is. What is frequency? We hear this term and it's becoming one of the new sexies here on the planet. Everybody wants to talk about frequency, energy, intuition, vibes, and all of that. But I want you to understand that frequency is not a mood. And I really want you to get this. When you think about frequency, it's not a mood, it's not a vibe, and it's not a hashtag. But what it is, it's actually the truth of your energetic signature. It is the truth of your energetic signature in motion. I want you to think about that. Your frequency, when you think about a frequency, this is really the truth of your energetic signature. Just like you have a physical signature, it's your energetic signature in motion. Just like you show up in the physical and you are the representative of who you are. Your frequency is your energetic signature. It's the truth of who you are in motion. Everything that you are in motion. So, your frequency, you can think of it this way. Your frequency is your soul's playlist. And boy, do I love a good playlist, because I got a good playlist today, y'all. I made me a new playlist. It's off the Richter scale. Next time we go in the Oracle's house, I'm going to have to play it for you. But really, your frequency, that's what it is. It's your soul playlist. It's your soul playlist. It's everything that is going on. When you make that good playlist, you got some old school on there, you got some new school, you got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, little instrumental in there, maybe a little bit of jazz on there. You got a little mixture of everything on there. But I want you to think about this. Some of us are out here broadcasting static. You know how just plain static from 2018. Some of us are broadcasting our heartaches from the past, while our spirit is trying to play track 7, which is from our Destiny album. You know, our spirit, our higher self is like, come on. No, no, no. Why you still playing that old heartbreak song when I'm trying to put you on that new that you have, that's happening right here in front of you. So I want you to think of it like this. Reading energy is like tuning in to the clearest radio station. It's like you're listening to Sirius XM radio. You know how clear Sirius XM radio comes through, and you can hear that sound that makes you feel like you are right there, sitting in front of them in the studio while everything is happening? That's what reading energy is like. Reading energy is tuning into the clearest radio station. But I want you to think about this. When it comes to people, people change. People change. Mask, mask. They can be one way at one day and another way another day. They change mask. Future taught us this: mask on, mask off. But energy, I want you to understand, energy is what speaks when the mouth refuses to speak. And I want you to understand that no one doesn't have to say anything, but energy is speaking when the mouth refuses to speak. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to do anything. Absolutely nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So, I want you to understand that when I'm working with energy, and which is frequencies, I don't read minds. I mean, I read movements. I read aura currents. I read timelines. And there's a very big difference. I don't read minds. I'm not tapping into your mind, but I am reading your movement. I'm reading your aura currents, and I'm reading the timelines that you have existed on and where you're at, and even the timelines of where you want to go. You understand? Energy doesn't lie. And I want you all to remember this when you're thinking about whether you're reading your own energy or reading the energy of someone or something. Energy doesn't lie, but your trauma, any trauma that you have experienced, it's going to remix the signal if you haven't cleared the channel. So if you haven't cleared your own trauma, your trauma is going to remix your signal if these things have not been cleared within you. So I want to give you guys, because this is sort of a mini class that I'm going to give you here, and I'm going to give you 3 signs you are misreading, 3 signs that you are misreading energy. Mhm. And here are the 3 signs. Number 1, you are confusing projection with intuition. Number 1, you are confusing projection with intuition. You think someone is giving you bad vibes, but it's really your own unhealed doubt that is bouncing back to you because someone cannot give you bad vibes. I need you to understand this. You think you are getting a download, but it's really just a wound with the Wi Fi signal. This is your own wound that has a Wi Fi signal that you are picking up. I'm going to give you an example. Someone texts you, cool, and you feel like you're being dismissed. But it's not their text, it is the emotional residue from being ignored, like when you were a child or when something happened to you, maybe someone who was in your life, this happened. You're not reading them, you're reading your own scar tissue. You're reading your own scar tissue. I'll tell you why. And many of you know this. There was a time that you could not say to me, okay. I would call you out on okay. Two reasons. Yes, a part of that was the energy. The person was disconnecting from that statement, but it was also from me realizing when someone says okay to me, I felt like, oh, you just blowing me off. You just blowing me off. You just, you just, okay. What that mean? You blowing me off? But that was my own scar tissue that I was picking up. It was my own scar tissue. Now, I'm giving you these examples, but I really want you to understand that don't confuse projection with intuition because it can be a tricky slope if you don't understand. If you don't understand that, if you don't understand the difference between the two, right? So, number 2, reacting instead of responding. Reacting instead of responding. You read tension in a message, but you don't check your own nervous system first. And this is a game changer. And this is something that I've been teaching for years. Respond to yourself first. Before you respond, before you react, this is a part of your self love work. Take care of you. Respond to you first. If you do that, you will be able to tune into a clear channel. But if you respond or react first instead of responding to yourself, you got to take care of your nervous system first. And in the frequency, all about frequency class, this is what we're going to be focusing on. And I will give you some techniques about your nervous system, understanding about how to balance out the parasympathetic nervous system, the vagus nervous system, how we will be able to really make sure we understand our nervous system because this is where the Kundalini energy is flowing. And a lot of times people become unbalanced, and two things are happening at once. Yes, you're in the midst of an awakening, but yes, you're also very ungrounded. And so, therefore, you're not really experiencing this awakening to its full capacity, right? So, the other thing is you might have thought you were being cold to someone or you were being dismissive to someone, but it really was your nervous system shivering from being overexposed. So even if you think I'm putting boundaries up on this person, or, oh, I don't have time for this person, or, oh, they don't trigger me anymore. Because a lot of times people say that, oh, I'm not going to let this person trigger me anymore, or I'm going to put up boundaries. But really, you think that what is happening, you have neutralized yourself to it when a lot of times it's your nervous system shivering from being overexposed, overexposed, you know? And 3, this is a big one that I see a lot. And this one here is, hmm, high vibe addiction. High vibe addiction. And this is when the person is on high vibe 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, can't stop, won't stop, none of that, just high vibe. And what is happening is they are avoiding all confrontation and calling it protecting their peace. But what is actually happening is that you are bypassing your growth. You are bypassing your growth because you can't grow like that. You are bypassing it, right? So, One of the things to think about, and I think I gave this story out a while ago, but I'll talk about this. You ghosted someone thinking they were a red flag, but it wasn't a red flag. It was a mirror, a vibrational nudge from you and from your guides saying, this is your upgrade point. It's time for you to upgrade. So, a lot of times, what happens, people say, I didn't say anything to them. No, I didn't tell them I was going to say what I was going to say. I was going to do this, but you know what? I didn't do it because I'm just protecting my peace. No, you're not. You're not protecting your peace. You're avoiding permission to evolve because protecting your peace would be to really speak your peace. That is the protection of your peace. Now, granted, you know, there are certain situations to not say or not to react, but when you have responded to yourself, then it's time for you to say what you need to say. It's not protecting your peace. You understand? This was your opportunity for you to upgrade. If you are truly beyond what you say you are beyond, then you can do that in a way that is balanced, that is grounded, and you can also stand in your power at the same time. So let me ask you a question as we kind of go through this. Which of these three patterns, because they're all patterns, projection, reaction, or high vibe escape, which one of these do you feel is your area to kind of tap in and do some work with? Which one of these areas do you feel like I need to tap in and do a little bit of work in this area that's here? Let me see what you guys say. Is it the projection? Is it the reaction? Is it the high vibe escape? Because that's I see you, Jocelyn, and that's what most people say. All of them, and this is cool if it's all of them. Reaction, absolutely. This high vibe addiction. We all see this. I want to bring this to our attention because I know you guys are in. You know, when I send emails out, and I've been doing this for years, and one of the ways I greet people is through the word high, because this is higher insight. This is the way that we can look at ourselves, not destroy ourselves. We're not talking about this is the real shadow work here. When you can take these steps in this learning and be able to look at it from a very balanced and honest perspective and tune into it, this is how you get your upgrade. This is how you get your upgrade, to be able to look at that and say, I really could work on this. I could work on my high vibe escape. I really could work on my reaction. I really could work on and make sure I'm not projecting. There isn't some projection going on. And what it's going to do, it's going to tune you into reading energy even better. When I was teaching the priestesshood, one of the things that I stressed, and we did hours and hours and hours of this, I'm quite sure they could tell you, Ms.Blue tried to drill this in our head everywhere we went. And they were so excited. These are some of the most incredible, wonderful women in the world that I had the privilege of working with, is to let them know that they had to focus on how to read them. And I would tell the priestess, the divine priestess, if you can read you, then you can read anyone and anything in this world and beyond. You will never be confused. But if you cannot read your energy, that is that remixing again. It's going to remix it and distort the signal. It will never be clear because there is no stronger signal or energy to read but your energy. So every day you must practice these things. Become a practitioner of you and how you love and take care of yourself. and read your energy. And I like to do these check in points where we can come and check in with ourselves because we are definitely out here doing the work in whatever walk of life that is and however that shows up. But we also have to take care of ourselves and make sure that we are leveling up as well in the process. So, I want to say thank you to all of you for letting me know whether it was projection, reaction, or high vibes uh, of where you need to do this work because it's just going to help you be able to not just read people because we can read people. You want to move beyond people, people can change. And if you're reading someone's energy and they've had a great day, then you're going to read great energy. I want you to go beyond the person, go beyond the personality, and I want you to understand how to read real energy. It's a big difference between reading someone's energy and reading a person. Because people wear masks and we wear many masks. And we have many different roles that we play in our lives. And some of these roles we love, and some of them we absolutely despise. And so, this is how you can have these situations that we've seen in the media that have come up with P. Diddy and come up with Cassie, come up with Tory Lanez, come up with Megan the Stallion, come up with Shannon Sharp, come up with all of these people in the media. And I'm talking primarily for us that is connected to the culture in this way. And now we're getting an opportunity to see a completely different person than the person most of us have been able to read. And so here's a question, too. A lot of times people say this when something happens to someone, if they are, let's say, an artist, a singer, or a teacher, and people say, you have to learn how to separate the work from the person. Ooh, that's some shit right there. You have to learn how to separate the work from the person. Well, that only works if you're reading people. If you're reading energy, then you already know what you're dealing with. And I want y'all to understand the difference. You already know what you're dealing with. But if you're reading the person, that can change drastically. And so I want us to really begin to get in to connecting with energy and not just people, not just people, not just people. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about this because this is another big component um, that goes along with reading energy. And I'm going to ask you guys the question. Now, if you know the answer to this, because many of you have been working with me for many years, I'm not going to tell you don't spoil it for the crew, but I'm going to say let everybody else kind of get in there first. Let them all get in there and let's get those likes up. Let's get those invites out. And welcome everyone on in. I am Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle, and I'm glad that you are here. And if this is your first time, let me be the first to say, welcome. How you doing? How you feeling? So here is the question. The question is, what's the difference between intuition and feelings? This is the question that I'm putting out here for the high vibe soul tribe. What is the difference between intuition and feelings? Are they the same? Are they not the same? And what is the difference between intuition and feelings? And if you like this, then you're going to want to make sure when I drop those digits for us to get into the All About Frequency 8-week class, which it probably will be a little longer, you're going to want to get in this class. But I'm dedicated to teaching whether you take a class with me or not because I just love it. So I don't want you to feel pressure because I only want the people who are ready to get this work to join the classes with me. We can come over here and key all day. But when it comes to doing that work, I want you to feel call. Intuition comes out of nowhere and it's not attached to feelings. All right, Jasmine, feelings can be intuitive, but they can linger for a long time. I love that, Jaco. Hey, Jaco, how you doing? I love it. Intuition doesn't have to be felt in the way it communicates or speaks, though. Intuition doesn't have to be felt. Okay, like that, Gotti. Feelings change. Intuition is knowing. Tina Brown. Love that. New Earth Empress says gut slash inner knowing. Tell me a little bit more detail what you mean. Nikki I am says feels is a feeling. Intuition is knowing. Love that. Love that. I love everything. Intuition comes from serotonin in the gut, giving us that gut feeling. That's interesting, Holy Himit. We're going to talk about that. I like that. Let me see. Y'all are going, ooh, y'all are getting it in. See, this is when you ask people who already know, you get a whole lot of intuition. Is intuition a flex? Like how you can intuitively figure out without thinking or even processing a feeling. Absolutely love that. Koi San. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Koi San. True to Eight said, into wishing, I get it, is before feelings, to think before you react, like that. Subconscious versus the senses, CLW. Lola Falana said, spiritual intuition, feelings, emotion. Yes, love that. Let's see. This says feelings are sensation from the nervous system. Love that. Miss Riss says feelings are emotions based from the mind. Being in your head is confusing. Intuition comes with certainty that does not have to be thought. Love that. I think feelings are an aspect of intuition, but not all. Anubis says, love that. Roberta said intuition from the gut or subconscious, and feelings is more conscious level outside influence. Cynthia said intuition can be feelings and knowing as well. Intuition is energy pulling, feelings is mental. Love that. Love that. Gotti said clairvoyance. Let me know, Gotti, what you mean. Which one's clairvoyant? Let's see. And to be clear, clairvoyant is a part of multisensory abilities, psychic abilities. Yeah. Intuition is usually a calling from left field, and feelings align, make sense in the inner knowing of clarity. Love that. Love that. Melanin. Let me know what you mean by that. Donna says, intuition comes from the knower. Ooh, Donna, yeah. Knowing that you know, knowing that you know. Tell me what that means, Scotty. Even when you don't, tell me what that means, but I understand what that means. Joe says, intuition is know thyself vibrationally. I love that. Yes, you're saying it right. Oh, I said it right. Co like joy, Coe. I got it. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Roz says feelings leave room for interpretation. Intuition is knowing. Feelings come from an emotional response. Intuition is neutral and detached. Love it. Brittany Vise says intuition is higher self knowing. Feelings come from emotion and the mind. Oh, you guys have been listening to me for so long. Stacy said feeling is the thought. you get based off the situation, and intuition is the knowing that comes instinctively. Okay, well, let's dive in because we want to get to some core truths here. Intuition gives peace and clarity no matter what. Love that divine empress. uh y'all are getting it in. Knowing is clairvoyance, not exactly feeling, but a pure sense of knowing whether and where it comes from. Okay, I see where y'all are going. Let's break this down Ms.Blue style. Okay, so here's something I want you to remember because everything that you all said is correct. Let's fine tune this just a touch. And I want to kind of give you guys um, some insight here that's going to help you fine tune how you are distinguishing intuition from feelings. And here's the fine tune that I want you to take. Intuition comes first, and then feelings follow, not the other way around. So think of it this way. Intuition comes first. That happens first. If a feeling has hit you, you miss the intuitive aspect. Intuition comes first. First. That's first. Then the feelings follow. Now, I want to show you and teach you how to know the difference. Intuition is neutral. It doesn't panic. It doesn't react. It speaks softly in most cases, and it knows. This is what so many of you have felt. It knows. Feelings are emotional translators, and they respond to triggers. Feelings respond to the atmosphere. Feelings respond to memories. To memories. We're talking about intuition. All right. We're talking about intuition. Now, what many of you were getting into is what I call the Claire sisters. No pun intended to the brothers. Clairaudience, clairsentience, clairvoyance, all of that. But that still is coming after. Intuition comes first. Most people miss the intuition. And so the safeguard is if you have developed, which we all do, one of our multisensory abilities, we will be able to catch it through our clairsentience. We get a feeling. Through our clairaudience, we get a hearing. Through our clairvoyance, we see a vision. We are able to catch it, but true intuition comes first. It doesn't panic, it's neutral, and it doesn't react. Intuition doesn't argue, it already knows, and feelings are here to negotiate the knowing. So, I'm going to give you an example. If they were to speak, intuition says, hey, why don't we go over to the grocery store before we go in the mall? This is your intuition. Your feelings say, don't enter that space. I feel anxious. Maybe I'm overreacting. When you trust your intuition, and I want you to remember this, you don't need emotional proof. You don't need any emotional proof at all. When you're trusting your intuition, you don't need emotional proof. You don't need any proof. None. Zero. Nothing. So when I'm doing a session with someone, when I'm reading energy, I don't need proof. None. I don't need emotional proof from myself. None. Zero. Zip. It comes in. I know it's my intuition. But here's the thing, you have to practice using and listening to your intuition. It is not just available in times of stress and anxiety and when shit is going wrong. Your intuition is available for you. It's like 7-Eleven, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't even know if 7-Eleven is still open like that. But that's what your intuition is. It's always there for you. It is really what should be leading and guiding you and not your mind. Because a lot of times, what we think we're feeling is coming from the false matrix. I got to come back on camera for this. So let me get times what you're feeling. It's actually coming from the false matrix, which is the mind. These are mind made emotions. They're not your intuition. Now, someone had mentioned about how does the intuition come in? Well, when we're talking about intuition, it's not a feeling. However, your multisensory abilities of how that energy comes in and enter the body, it can be through many different ways. And many of us, we can pick up these feelings in many different ways. It can be a lot of people, it hits their solar plexus first. I think someone mentioned that in one of their responses. But this is your intuition is already active. It's already active. But some people don't pick up on it until they get maybe the butterflies in their stomach. You understand? And that is how they get an intuitive, we call it an intuitive hit, but they are really getting their clairsentience is coming on. And that's how the information is allowing them to know this is your intuition attempting to translate to you, which is nothing wrong with that. Some people may get something tingling on the back of their head. It may be something physical that they feel, and that's okay. That's okay. It's nothing wrong with these ways. I'm letting you guys know all the different ways of how you might get your intuition if you're not just used to under receiving the intuitiveness. But the intuitiveness doesn't need anything. It is just a instant no, knowing, right? The knower, you become the knower. You are in your you are in your God consciousness. You're in your Shekinah. You know, you're in that higher realm of yourself. You just get it. And it's not in your mind. Most of what we're feeling, though, a lot of times is not our intuition. Here's another fail proof test that hardly nobody will tell you. Intuition will never talk shit about anybody. It will never react out of fear. It will not tell you. Let's say, for instance, you were about to go in a store and this store roof was about to cave in. And if you went in that store, you would be gone, right? If you went in the store, you would be gone. You know what your intuition would tell you? It would not tell you unless there is a caveat, and we'll talk about that. But your intuition will tell you, you know what? Why don't you go get gas first? I think that gas station is running a sale. Why don't you go get gas? And you will just feel this knowing of, let me go get gas first. You know how sometimes people say, and we hear sometimes our elders or say, some just told me to go over to this gas station first. Your intuition will re-guide you. It will not tell you anything out of fear. It will not give you that kind of way. Your intuition doesn't speak to you. Your higher mind doesn't speak in no negative terms about anyone. It's not going to do that. It will not do that. And I have been teaching this for years. It will not. Now, your mind will do it. I'm not saying that there's not negative aspects. I'm just helping you to understand the higher part of you so you can understand where you have entered the chat. You know how we say you have now entered into the chat? You've entered the chat. Now, there has been people over the years that say, no, 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 that's not true, Miss Blue. Because had I walked out that hotel room and I went with them, there were 3 people who got robbed and got shot. I would have been in the midst of that. I said, and you would have been fine. You would have been perfectly fine. A lot of times we are stopping ourselves from growing, evolving, and really transforming beyond fear because we are misusing our superpowers. We are only using it to keep us away from fear. Like we need all this protection. Like we are just these weaklings that have no sense of direction, no sense of connection, no sense of anything. And everything has to be fed through the lens of fear. Well, that is what ego really is. The ego, which is the conscious mind, it's all drenched in fear. You don't need to put, when people think of ego, they like, oh, they think of this big bad person. That's all fear. That's fear based. That's all just fear. That's all it is. It's fear. It's just fear. Your intuition doesn't talk, it doesn't speak the language of fear. I'm not telling you that, well, I mean, unless, you know, somebody got something to your head or is right in front of your face, or the bear is chasing you, you don't really need to be walking around with this much fear. I just seen something that was so freaking, I'm not going to say funny. I'm not going to say disturbing. I'm not going to put a word on it. Where they were talking about people stealing other people's souls and that this was happening in New Orleans. And don't let someone bump into you. Don't elbow bump somebody because they can change lives with you if they elbow bump you. And we need classes. We need classes so people can understand who they really are, how powerful you really are. Because if it was that easy to get your damn soul out your body, it'd have been gone. It would have been damn gone. And I'm watching this and I see my people, I see our people and all of these fear tactics that is just coming up. They got this doll, Annabelle, running around thinking Annabelle is causing all of this shit to happen and that somehow there's a angry black woman stuck inside of Annabelle that's causing hell everywhere she go. you know, you know, you know, just that this sacred land where our ancestors, many of them who came over on the ships of slavery, that came over to this sacred space called New Orleans and in these parishes, that somehow everything down there is demonic and evil and It's this hoodoo and this voodoo, and they want to scare the shit out of you. But then you go on social media and you see someone of another persuasion telling you about the trees and about herbs and teas you need to drink. And before you go to sleep, you need to make this humming sound in your body. And they're teaching you about epigenetics, and they're telling you about the science of the stars and the histories. But when they come through the lens of those who are of a deeper melanin, then somehow it becomes dark, it becomes evil, it becomes wicked, and it can do you no good. And we are falling for it. And not just religious people, spiritual people are out here thumping their thumbs, letting people know that someone can snatch your damn soul. Do you know how low your consciousness must be? You wouldn't even have the frequency to have your ass in here listening to me if someone could snatch your soul by bumping into your ass. You would not even be able to come in this sphere or even be in any of these circles. You would have had to have been in the weakest, in the lowest point of your life, and had no consciousness ever grace by you for you to be in this position. You better start knowing who you are. You better start knowing who you are, because the new currency is your frequency. And right now, we have something incredible that is happening. Everybody is talking about AA, and I'm not talking about Alcohol Anonymous. I'm talking about Aries. Well, it's not AA. Maybe it ain't AA. Maybe I got that a little mixed up. I'm not talking about Aries and Aquarius, and I'm not talking about Saturn moving into Aries. But there are some things that we're going to have to be very, very mindful. This is the reason I say we need to do this class for a long time, right? Because number one, we got Aries, which is about your head. Protect your motherfucking brain. Protect your head. Protect your head. Protect your head, protect your mind. And you have to be mindful of what you are feeding your mind. What frequencies are you taking in your mind? You have to be mindful of what you are feeding your mind. We are about to see mental illness go to 1,000. And we're going to be in this for a good little stretch over the next couple of months. And I don't mean just protect your brain from what you're taking in and what you're learning. I'm talking about if you ride a motorcycle, you better put a helmet on. I'm talking about if you're doing things, if you're skating, put a helmet on. If you got children that are riding and outside on these 8-wheelers, these cross bikes, they need to have a helmet on, because Aries is connected with the head. It is connected with the head. And this means not that you're going to have problems, because we can also tap into our genius in our Aries season, right? But there is a polarity that exists here. And I want us to be mindful of all of these things, not in fear, but to be mindful of all of these things. If you suffer from headaches, if you suffer from migraines and you find that you're getting a migraine and a headache, the first thing I want you to do is to stop and start thinking about all of the information you're taking in and what are you feeding your mind. If you suffer from migraines, headaches, make sure you're listening to your intuition, because what I have found is that when you don't listen to your intuition, you will get a migraine. A migraine. You will get a headache. And people I found with chronic migraines, chronic headaches, it's because they refuse to listen to their intuition, or they don't know how to listen to their intuition. And it is getting your attention. This is the body's way when you have bypassed all the other things that is coming to your aid. It will start to show up in the physical. You must start listening to your intuition, right? Your intuition. Listen to your intuition. Second, the other thing, your bones, because Saturn is connected to your bones, them bones. So lots of things about ancestors will be coming up. You may even be feeling like you want to go research your family history and your lineage. You want to know about them bones. There's going to be so many discoveries about bones, about old bodies and bones that they find on the planet. Some of these will be ancient bones that we find, but these bones will be coming out. It's good for you to think about taking a supplement, a vitamin D with K2 in it, something that will help you, even though they call it a vitamin, it's really a hormone that really helps the body to function, or some CoQ10, really getting so the subatomical particles can start moving within your body. So these are the things that are coming up, why it's going to be so important. Protect your bones from falls, protect your bones. Understands if you have arthritis or stiffness in your bodies, we need to be getting more flexible, moving ourselves around. If you find that your bones and things are stiffening up, then look in your life and see, where are you being stubborn? Where are you are refusing to expand your consciousness and awareness? Where are you refusing to grow? Because this is what it's about. We are in the era that I call growing up on planet Earth. Growing up on planet Earth. We have to be able to do this, right? We got more. I went on a little tangent because a couple of people have been sending me that about this thing going on in New Orleans, and how you got to be so careful, and how you have to, somebody touch you, we running around here scared to let people touch us, and because if they touch you they can take something from you. Don't hug people, don't hug people. Well, we should be practicing good self awareness. Good self awareness is not fear. Good self awareness is good self awareness. Now, if you know that you are in a dilapidated energetic state, then I think all that shit applies. I think you need to listen to them and keep that shit on repeat. But somehow, if you have the capacity to listen to that, then you're not in a dilapidated state, because someone in an energetic, dilapidated state is not listening to any of that. Sometimes we like to be entertained because we live in a world that is so coded and rooted in fear. And when you activate the fear gene, which is your ego, so quiet as it's kept, that's how you know someone is in their ego, is when they're in this fear, right? Because this is what the conscious mind attempts to do outside of being the genius that it can be when you're doing something that requires logical thinking. But other than that, you are utilizing your mind. You're tapping into the matrix, the false matrix, which is where you're getting all these feelings, these emotions. The matrix can even mimic a spiritual awakening. It can mimic a vision. It can mimic a download. That's how come they call the mind all, not because the shit is great, because it can do some real twisted stuff to you, right? We learned that from the ghetto boys back in the day. Your mind be playing tricks on you, tricks on you, you know, tricks on you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gang stalking, I don't know what that is. Bullshit, laugh out loud. People are so self absorbed, it's ridiculous. I think it's actually the other way around. I think people think they're self-absorbed. Your ego, when you are loving yourself and you into yourself, that's not being self-absorbed. What we have learned about the ego textbook version, We done been duped. We done been hoodwinked. We done been lied to, and we done been tricked out of your damn ego. And that's the problem with some of those who have been suppressed on the planet. Those of us, our ancestors, have been suppressed on the planet. They told us to give up what they called the textbook ego. And that's the shit we need to get out of the dilapidated state that we're currently in right now. You need a damn ego. You need an ego that will stand up and say, no, we're not doing this foolishness anymore. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do something that's healthy for us and our people. No, we're not going to accept this. Ego is not somebody talking about how beautiful or how powerful they think they are. That's not ego. That's not ego. Ego is fear. Ego is fear. When people are living and doing shit out of fear, out of manipulation, out of fear. You understand? You know, yeah, they're going to say anything to you. And I just see the people jumping on the bandwagon going with that. And hey, it makes for good numbers and entertainment. I'll scare your ass all day. They got you scared of your ancestors. They got you scared of the government. They got you scared of your own people. Now they're going to make you scared of your own people. They're going to make you scared of your own people. If you guys have ever heard of Dr. Francis Quest Welsing, if you guys have ever heard of Neely Fullard, if you have ever done any kind of study into some of these teachings, you will understand why these things are happening. I ain't gonna share with y'all that channel Brother Malcolm X gave me before his born day came up because he dropped a big channel on me. And yeah, I understand why he said, Ms.Blue, keep doing that shit you do. Keep doing what you do. I clearly understand now why Brother Panic and Brother Bobby did shows with you all the time. I love you all. Love three of you. You have an authenticity that is so childlike and genuine. I am ready for the class. Thank you for that. Thank you, Daily Jules. Thank you. That is so sweet. And thank you for the super chat donation. Ashe to Brother Panic. And we're sending so much love to Brother Bobby as well. So I'm just telling you guys that we got to move past this fear shit. You are more powerful than listen than you think. I promise you, take it from someone who somebody tried to kill me, but I promise you, nobody leaves until they're ready. Nobody leaves until they're ready. Nobody leaves until they're ready. Okay. I had to drop that ego just to pick it back up. Now I can shine, strut, and embrace in the most healthy, beautiful way that healing hits hard. Absolutely. I didn't help a whole lot of y'all come back to yourself. I want to see that. I want to see that. I want to see that ego in you. I'm not talking about textbook ego. I'm talking about your real ego because all of the ego is not negative, but they made you think it was beneficial for you to kill your ego. It was beneficial to make you think you don't need no money. Money is evil, and people who acquire material things is evil. You incarnated in a damn material world. Huh? Huh? You incarnated, let me get this straight, in a material world. But you ain't supposed to have material? Look around and tell me who you see following this law. Who's following it? It surely ain't the people walking around scared. I'm just saying. You telling me you can't be responsible? You telling me you can't be compassionate and loving? You telling me you can't do the right thing? How many of you know people who ain't got nothing and they still out here wilding out? I know brothers and sisters that make Diddy look like child's play and they don't have a pot to piss in. So what does that tell you? Are you not the gods and goddesses walking on the planet? What are you? Are you AI? Are you artificial intelligence? What are you? We got to stop the foolishness because that's foolishness. It's foolishness. It's keeping us in a dilapidated state. It's keeping us within poverty within our own consciousness. And when you suppress who you are for so long, when you finally get to the point where you're able to have some things, then this is when they say the demon come out. Well, that demon ain't coming out because of those things. The demon is coming out because you have suppressed so much of who you were and didn't understand that you altered, huh, while everybody want to build an altar. You altered who you are. Okay, I'm going to stop because we didn't come here for all that tonight. We're going to focus on frequency is the new flex, and I'm going to continue. Is the sound back or not? Can y'all hear me? I got to go back. I got to go back. Can y'all hear me now? Okay, y'all can hear me. Okay, I guess I got to stay up here. All right, let me go over here. I don't know why the sound went out when I put that on that, but let's go back. Think of it this way: your intuition is your GPS system. It gives you the route without any reason. But think of your feelings like as you're traveling on that route, your feelings is the weather that is happening when you're on the route you're on. It's the weather along the way. No matter. They matter. Your feelings matter. It does. But they don't map out the destiny. They don't map out the destiny. Huh? They don't map it out. They don't. They don't map it out. Okay. All right. Whew. All right. Let's see. So stop reading people's lips. Start seeing their light. Their light. In Africa and in other places around the world, people, and in India, they wear the bindi. They wear the bindi. You know why they wear the bindi? The bindi is there so you can stop focusing on all of this and you can start reading me by my energy and not by what you see physically. The bindi is a reminder that when you see someone with a bindi, they're letting you know straight up, I'm not focusing on none of this. I'm reading your energy. Clock that. That's what the bindi is. I'm not focusing on none of this. I'm reading your energy. Straight reading your energy. That's what I'm reading. Your energy. Where is the goddess Rainwater? Because she makes bindis. She makes some bad bendies. Where's my sister at? I think she came in the room. She has all your magical tools that you want to get your hands on, especially when you want to adorn yourself. So that's it. Mhm. your your brain just said Bindi, the jungle girl Bindi. So that's the reason they have the bindi. So when you see somebody with a bindi, the only thing you need to do is just kind of give them a little bow because they done seen you coming because they're reading your energy. They're not focusing on none of this. They don't care anything about any of this. None of it. None of it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. None of it. None of it. And you see that bindi from everywhere from Africa. You see that bindi in India. You also see it in parts of Asia. That bindi is all around the world. And that's what it's for. It symbolizes the third eye. But remember, your third eye is a projection screen. That's all it is. It's like going in the IMAX theater. You're not actually pulling anything really in your third eye. When you have truly opened up your third eye, it's a projection screen. It's just like those glasses, that thing that Apple has that you put on and you go in the virtual world and you seeing all that. That's your third eye. They are teaching you how to activate your third eye and how to work with your third eye. So, what you see in your third eye, the clairvoyancy you're seeing out of your third eye, it is just projecting what you're pulling, what you're picking up on, what you're picking up on, your intuition. It is giving it to you in live in 3D. The problem is sometimes we think we getting shit in our third eye, and it's the ghetto boys, and our mind is just playing tricks on us. Dun 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 dun. That's all that's happening. I woke up on a Thursday. Yeah, that's what happened. You seen this demon in your room, or this happened, or that happened, when it's only a reflection of your wounds. This is why I wanted to go over the difference between reading people, reading things, understand what's happening in our minds, and how to read energy, and even how to balance our own energy out. So let me continue here. So we got that. We're not going to be focused on reading people because people wear masks. Mask on, mask off, all of that good stuff. We're going to start reading people's light. All right. So the next time you're feeling energy in the room, remember, you're not just feeling it. You're there to translate that energy that's in the room. Translate it. Not just feel it, translate it, you know? So I want you all to know that this is just the pre-show. I'm going to be going in deeper, so much deeper on the all about frequency. That is going to be a vlogcast, and then it will turn into a podcast for you to listen to afterwards. So stay tuned. That is coming, the all about frequency with yours truly, Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle. And yes, I will have guests and all of that good stuff. I will be updating you on the time, the dates that I will go live with the podcast, and be able to give you all the good, juicy details, because I know y'all love the juicy details. And then also with the all about frequency 8-week course. The date is still going to remain the same. The date will remain the same. I told you guys we will be doing that date. It's going to be June. It's the first class is going to start on June the 10th. I'm telling you all this now. Let me. I'm telling you all this now so you can get your mind right. If you're interested and you feel called to the class, then stay tuned. I will give you the juicy details. They will be coming soon. I'm going to post the class on the PayHip, the digital download site. But I will make an announcement. I'll either do it on social media, probably be one on Instagram, of course. I'm definitely going to come back here and make the broadcast once the class doors open. And you'll have all the details to make your decision. I'll definitely post it on TikTok because they don't let your girl go live on TikTok. Don't stop TikTok. And I'm excited about that. Um, and yeah, yeah. So, how are we feeling? How confident do we feel now that we will focus on reading energy instead of reading people? And we have a deeper understanding about what areas of our lives that we can tune in to harness in. And one of the reasons I'm telling you this is because we have officially entered into another heightened state of activation season. Don't just think of astronomy as something that's happening in the sky. When you see and you hear about the residents on Earth, when you hear about different star systems coming close, when you hear about things coming out of our Milky Way galaxy, and all of these different things happening, I want you to just tune into yourself and know that it's also happening inside of you. Now, we have one more section I have to give you guys. I know I was a little long winded, but again, blame it on the oracle because I get I'm working on it. That's that part I'm working on. I know y'all will help me, but I'm gonna give you your auspicious symbols for you all and welcome on in to Brother Lance and shouts out to all the moderators, the superstars in the building, Lola Falana, Brother Lance, and also Mr. Dante, sending them so much love. I want you to write this down because these are going to be some positive they're going to be positive omens, but they're also activations. So I gave them out in the last show. I think the last show that I did. And this one is going to be for Gemini season. And I'm going to give you these signs and symbols. When you see this, and I'm going to tell you what is happening, but I want you to be the litmus test and I want you to come back and tell me how this activation and what it means for you personally, because it can be something different. These are going to be Gemini season omens. These are signs you're being called to shift timelines. And I want to talk about that because that's another hot subject out in these cosmic streets. Shifting timelines. Shifting timelines is raising your frequency. I'm just going to speak life over you. I'm not going to speak life like you shifting timelines and you're going into a lower frequency. I'm speaking life over you that when you, not everybody in the world, right? But when you shift timelines, you're raising your frequency. And the reason you want to raise your frequency, and I want to be clear here to tell you why I speak so much, and you'll hear other teachers talk about staying in a high frequency. And let's put on our spiritual caps. High frequency does not mean you are walking around with rose-colored glasses on and you just laughing and you just high off of life. That's not high frequency. Okay? That's not. That's called acting. I'm not talking about acting. I'm talking about staying in an elevated, higher vibration and consciousness. Will you experience joy? Absolutely. Will you experience a feeling of love? Absolutely. But you will also be very present to what is happening and what is going on in the moment. So think of it this way: everything that you want in life for yourself to be, to do, to express, to experience, is in a elevated vibration. Say it with me. Everything that you want in life is in a elevated vibration. The truth is, if you draw a circle and you put a dot in the middle, let me do it. Y'all know I love visuals. Ooh, can I spell? Okay, so here we go. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? You see that dot? That's you. See everything in here? This is your universe because we all have our own universe. Every single one of us. This is you. Draw a circle and a dot in the middle. See that black dot? In ancient Egypt, this represented God. Yeah, this represented God. This is what it represented. hmm That's you. That's you. That's you. So get a piece of paper, draw a circle, put a dot in the middle, write you, and right here, put universe. Now, that's right. Universe, your own universe. That's you. You are your own universe. Absolutely, Brother Lance. Now, here's an exercise. I've given this out, I don't know, 20 years at this point. I don't know how long it's been. It hasn't been that long, but it's been long enough. Everything that you want, I want you to put in here. Everything that's connected to you, everything you want, you're going to put this in here. You're going to put this in here. Yes, it looks like the sun because in astrology, this is how they represent the sun. The sun is God. You are the God in the universe. Think about our sun. Our sun represents the God in our universe. That's why in ancient Egypt, Amun Ra, the sun god. Ta-da! See how that works? So that is you. That is you in your universe. That is you. Think of it this way. Everything that you want is at a higher frequency. But that higher frequency is not coming outside of you. The higher frequency has to be within you, meaning you have to be in alignment, and everything that you want and desire, you will be connected to it. You're already connected to it. The disconnect comes. I'm going to show you. Hold on a second. Hold on. Now, y'all may say this look like something else to y'all, but stay with me. When you lower your frequency, this is you. You come outside of your own universe. You abandon your universe. So now you just floating out here. And this is what you doing. This is what you doing. I'm going to show you. This is you. This you when you drop your energy. This is you. You're floating out here and you bumping into everybody else's universe and you feel like nothing is working for you. You trying to come down here in his universe. He like, "No, get out of my universe." You coming over here to her universe. She's like, "No, get out of my universe." Coming over here. "No, get out of my universe." You got to go back to your own universe. Go within. This is why the ancestors did tell us about know thyself, but quiet as is kept. If you know, you know. That's only part of the phrase. Most people, I'd say 90% of the people on the planet, they don't know the rest of that phrase. They think the ancestors said, know thyself. They said some other shit after that. But we don't want that part. We don't want to, we don't want to hear that. We just wanted to focus on the know thyself. We didn't take the whole lesson. So I'm giving you the whole lesson to understand you are the universe. You understand you are that black dot that's in the middle. You are the black dot in your universe. You are the sun. So if you ain't at a higher state of consciousness, nothing works in your world. Okay. So just a metaphor for that. Just giving you all that. There you go. There, listen, come on, Lauren Hill. How you gonna win if you ain't right within? I love it. I love it. That's right. Back to the source. Let's go back to the source. You have to come back to the source. So you all get the point. I don't want to harp on that for a long time. But so anyway, so you want to stay in a high elevated state of consciousness and awareness. This is going to keep you balanced. It's going to keep you present in the moment. Present in the moment. You ain't thinking, you're not too far in the future, in the past. You're not all over the place. You're in the present. That's how you stand in your power. Remember, the present was present, and you are in your power. You are in your creation power when you're in the present moment. You're in that present, and you'll have access to everything, all your spiritual gifts. Everything. You don't have to worry about manifesting anything. It's when you become the creator. The creator. You are not manifesting. You become the creator. You become the creator. That's the only way you can become the creator. That's it. Other than that, you will keep trying to magnetize. You'll keep trying to pull shit to you. And as soon as you stay in alignment with it, it will stay with you. But the moment you drop your energy, it's gone again. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. So keep your vibes high, right? And we don't have to worry about that. Let's tap into these Gemini signs, okay? Let's go into these Gemini signs. Are we ready for the magical motif omen activations? Okay. And these are going to be encoded with signs and symbols. They are designed to uplift and ignite to all of those who see them. When you see them, it's on and popping. It's a sign that you're being called to shift timelines. They're not going to be random. They are soul signs dressed up in the mundane. So now let's go ahead and decode this divine. So here's the first one. And I gave this out on TikTok the other night, and I want you all to think about this. When I was coming up, my brother used to have these little toy soldiers. They were green. They were made out of plastic. They also had the plastic monkeys that used to come in a barrel, and they had the little soldiers, and the soldiers had little tanks and stuff like that. They were green, and they'd be these little stick figures, and they'd just be like that. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Anybody know what I'm speaking of? Anybody young enough to know what I'm talking about? Anybody young enough to know? Yes, no, maybe so. Hmm. Okay. Hey, healing pools of love. Okay. Yeah, the GI Joes, the little plastic GI Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Rich Flow. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So y'all remember. All right. So here is one of your Gemini season omens. Tanks on the road. Tanks on the road. So I want you to think about, if you see a tank, oh, you was born into it. Okay. When you see tanks on the road, so you see moving tanks on the road, and you see the soldiers with the tanks on the road. Okay. So understand, you're not being attacked, you're being armed, because this is going to be a sign that the old systems in your life, the old systems in your life are rumbling for release. They're trying to release themselves. Your old, I had to read my own writing. The old systems in your life are being released. This isn't war. This is spiritual reconstruction. So stay grounded while you cross the road and reroute. This is what's happening. So when you see this sign, you could be on Instagram, you could be watching a movie, you could be watching cartoons with your kids, you could be out and about and it goes across on a billboard. You could see it in a movie or something you're watching. It doesn't matter where this sign shows up, flipping through a magazine, newspaper, wherever. When you see this, know that the divine disruption is on the move. And this is that your old system, your old outdated, antiquated systems are being released. Just stay grounded while the roads reroute, because you're in the midst of getting ready to shift timelines into a completely different timeline. You're going to see within a 24, 48 hours, something's going to come up and you're going to elevate. You're going to elevate into a new level. Yes, spiritual reconstruction is happening at that time. And so I'm going to give you an activation mantra for you to embody, and you can take these down with each one of these Gemini season omens. And that is, I am protected while I pivot. I am protected while I pivot. My path is clear as I claimed it. All right. I am protected while I pivot, and my path clears as I claim it. All right. I'll read it one more time because I'm trying to read that and read this. Yes, if you see it on TV, I see tanks on TV, but not moving. No, they need to be moving and they need to be on a road. Yes, yes, they need to be moving and they need to be on a road. Yeah. So understand, I am protected. Here's your activation statement. I am protected while I pivot. My path clears as I claim it. You want to repeat that and sort of just kind of drop down in your body. You can take one hand, place it over your heart, the other one over your solar plex, wiggle your toes, drop down in your body, and do that if you need to. For most of us, you're going to be able to embrace it and just say that statement. Now, here's the other one, and I'm excited to see this one. I talked about it yesterday when we were on TikTok. And when I talked about this one on TikTok, I shared this yesterday. Actually, I shared the first one and this one. Whenever you see a man, a brother, wearing a crown, listen, and my guides were very clear about this. If you see a man, but it has to be a man, it has to be a brother. And when I say brother, I'm not speaking in skin color because we got brothers in all places, right? So a man, a brother wearing a crown. And it can even be a Burger King crown, but it needs to be a crown. You get me? So it needs to be crowned and it needs to be a man and a brother. Sisters, we wear crowns all the time. We ain't talking about us. This ain't our positive omen. This is for brothers. Okay, so let me tell you the positive omen here. And this is sovereignty is returning to the masculine within. And when you see this, you know that sovereignty is returning to the masculine within. This is an activation, an internal activation, which is an activation we're all going to need to utilize. But how you're going to know that you're in that timeline shift is you will see, this is one of the ways you're going to see a man, a brother wearing a crown, wearing a crown. And it needs to be a physical person. This is a physical person. Okay. This one needs to be a man. I see you guys are saying Shango. I respect to Shango and all of them, but Shango don't count. Shango don't count. This activation is based on our 3D reality. Trust me on this. We can go peek at Shango anytime we want with the crown on. So, but I want you all to get this, that you need to see a physical man. Man, not a little boy. He needs to be a man wearing a crown. Yeah, wearing a crown on his head. Yeah, not his neck, not his neck, his head. It needs to be on his head. Okay. And so it can be on TV, it can be in a video, it can be in a movie, but it needs to be a man. It can't be Shango walking around with a crown. Okay. Unless it's a brother dressed up as Shango with a crown on. That's different. But it needs to be a person here. Okay. Listen, I don't make the rules for these omens I get. And quiet as it's kept, I don't really understand all of the workings, but it works. I mean, but we don't understand everything about energy, but we know it's real. So let's keep going. So if you see this man with this, remember this is the timeline of sovereignty is returning to the masculine within, to the masculine within. And so this vision is calling for you to restore inner order, not to demolish it, not to diminish it, but to have divine authority, right? And we know the masculine energy is about taking action. It's about that force. It is the outward projection. It is the end state of the creation process. It's what completes the creation process. We can't have the creation process without the masculine. It just won't exist. And I understand us in born in the divine feminine, we are the carriers of that, but we can't do it alone. Us must do it together. And so this is the vision. This vision is calling you, if you see this, whether you're a sister or a brother, to restore inner order, not to demolish, but through divine authority, right? Stepping into your power. Your inner king is ready, ready to listen, protect the vision, not control it, to protect the vision and not control it. Mhm. Here is your activation statement. I honor the sacred masculine in me, calm, clear, and crowned. I honor the sacred masculine in me, calm, clear, and crowned. All right. All right. Powerful. Welcome on in, All right, L. All right, L. Good to see you. Welcome in. All right. So now let's go to the next one. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? We doing good. Let's go to the next one. This one is a fox in a suit. Yeah, I said it. A fox in a suit. And I'm not talking about a fine woman or a fine man. I'm talking about a real fox in a suit. Okay. A fox in a suit. Okay. Mm-hmm. A fox in a suit. And you can see this watching TV, watching a movie, online, in a video, in person, on a billboard. It can be a stuffed animal, it can be a cartoon, any of that, but it needs to be a fox. It can be at the zoo. You understand? You about to say, Anubis, you seen plenty of that. I love it. I love it. So a fox in a suit. So here is the positive omen that's there. This is when cunning becomes conscious strategy. Do I need to run that back? When the cunningness becomes a conscious strategy. So, this is really letting you know that the old slyness of survival is being upgraded to sacred discernment. and you're being called to outsmart systems, not souls. I'm going to run that back. You are being called to outsmart systems. All it is, somebody going to bump you on your elbow and steal your soul. You are here and being called, if you see this, to outsmart systems, not souls. All right. Understand the spiritual streets are smart. Outsmart system. Don't focus on souls. You don't need to outsmart a soul. Okay. All right. So here is the activation for this statement. My intuition moves faster than manipulation. Yeah. Yeah. My intuition moves faster than manipulation. I navigate with divine precision, baby. Divine precision. Yeah, that part. I see you. I see you. I see you. I feel you. I hear you. And I can read your energy. So there you go. All right. So we got that one. Here's the next one. I love this one. You may even catch me being one of these positive omens, and that is a woman who is carrying two bundles of flowers. Two bundles of flowers. A woman, a sister, carrying two bundles of flowers. All right. Two bundles of flowers. You can see them anywhere in a movie, on social media. You could be in the grocery store, walking down the street, on a billboard, all the places, but a woman or a sister carrying carrying two bundles of flowers, carrying two bundles of flowers, not one, two, two. That's right. Two bundles of flowers, two bundles of flowers. All right. So here's the ask here. Let's get to this. Here's the ask. mm. Dual gifts are blooming. Dual gifts are blooming. This is the positive omen that you have dual gifts that are blooming. And the other one is for you and one is for the world. I just thought that was so profound when that came in, because I'm so big on not just sending blessings out to yourself and just out to the people close to your soul family, but also blessing yourself, your family, your soul family, but also sending blessings out into the world. I send sparkle ahead of every place that I entered. And so here, this is about dual gifts that are blooming, you understand? And it's one is for you and one is for the world. And the message from your guides is stop hoarding your magic. And I think a lot of times we sleep on ourselves. And so this is about stop hoarding your magic and start sharing the offerings and smell it yourself. Get it? Smell it yourself. Start sharing your offerings and smell it yourself. We often hoard our magic and we're not even allowing ourselves to experience our own magic. When was the last time that you allowed yourself to experience the essence of all that you are, your own magic? When was the last time you did that for yourself, as well as share your gifts and talents with the world? So you should be sharing your offerings and smelling it yourself. I wish y'all could smell me. I smell so good right now. I'm on a new fragrance kick, but that's a story for another day. We don't have time for that today. But anyway, activations, here it is. And here is the activation statement here. It's what I give returns multiplied. My beauty blesses us both. So it is not just about you. And I heard someone in chat when they said, they're so sick of people being so self absorbed. And this is how you get out of that. You should. you share that with each other. You understand it's like what I give returns and it multiplies, and my beauty blesses us both. It blesses you, but make no mistake, it also blesses me as well. It blesses me. Doreen, I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer that. I'll answer that. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'll answer that. So let's go to the next one. The next one that what that y'all are so y'all know how to hype y'all oracle up. Y'all know how to hype y'all oracle up, don't y'all? Y'all know how to hype y'all oracle up. Y'all know how to do that. Thank you. New, you know what? Thank you so much for that super chat donation. Peace and love to you. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. And thank you so much for that. Thank you. I'm telling you, I smell good. I'm going to drop the fragrance. I'm not going to do it tonight because I feel like I can do. If you know how I feel about fragrances. I used to have my own fragrance line. I love it's one of the ways you can get to heaven through smell. Did you guys know that? That scent is one of the ways you can go to heaven. Now, there's some other ways to get to heaven, but I'm going to tell you, it's some scents out here that is, listen, it'll take you straight to heaven. You're going to be in your happy place, but we're going to keep it moving. Let's go to the next one. Here is the next one. The next one is a little boy in a purple cape. A little boy with a purple cape. All right. A little boy with a purple cape. So you see a little boy, he needs to be a little boy. You can see him anywhere. You could be reading a comic book. You can see him on Instagram, see him playing outside in the neighborhood, see him on a billboard, see him in a movie, see him in cartoons, anywhere. It's going to be a little boy in a purple cape. And the omen here is that your inner child has superpower. Superpower. You know what? Oh, Sheila. Look. Oh my goodness. So let's not forget about the little boy. The little boy with the purple cape on. And this is your reminder. And this is so true, you guys. Playfulness is power. Playfulness is power. It's healing, but playfulness is also power. You understand? Playfulness is power. We cannot forget. We cannot take ourselves so serious. I promise you, I don't take myself so serious. So, playfulness is power. And so it's showing he's not just innocent because we always think about children, they are innocent, but he's intuitive. It's also going to give you that extra little blast to your intuition, right? To tap into your multisensory abilities. So when you see this little boy in the purple cape, you are being called to remember joy as your shield and sword. Ah, that part. You are being reminded that joy is your shield and your sword all in one. So here is the activation statement for this, and that is my innocence is my frequency. I play, I trust, and I reign. You understand? I reign. I reign supreme, So, little boy in a purple cape. All right, let's go. Oh, I don't know what y'all are talking about, 360 something. Let's go to the next one because is that the last one? Yes, this is that was the last one. So, one of the final downloads that I received within the Akashic files. Absolutely, brother. Purple Rain, yeah. While in the Akashic files, looking up these signs during Gemini season, is the messengers are not coming. So this is not about looking for messengers. They're not coming. The messengers have already arrived, right? And you are not waiting for a sign. You are the sign. It is happening because of you. You are the being that is causing this. So speak your double truths. You understand? And often we will speak things that are not true of us, but we need to speak our double truths. Walk both timelines and know that above all, don't just shift your perspective. I think it's powerful to shift your perspective, but don't just shift your perspective. You have to shape your reality because the truth is, we know that we are co creators with the divine, the most high, our higher self, source. We are co creators. And sometimes we are creating things that we do need to shape into being because maybe it is not exactly how we were creating. We kind of missed the mark just a little bit. We kind of missed the mark just a little bit. So there you go. Those are your positive omens for Gemini season. You all let me know. Make sure that we continuously use the comment section as a living oracle file, a living Akashic record, and you come back. You share your thoughts, you share your comments. Many of you guys who are some of my new listeners, new soul family members, please tell me a little bit about you, what brought you here, and something you want to share about yourself in the comments so we can get to know each other, as well as let me know your top takeaways. We have over 300 people tuning in, and I'm just here for it all. We are right at the 2 hour mark. I can assure you, I am not staying on here for 4 hours tonight. Right? We're not gonna do that. But I will take a couple of questions. If you all have questions, please make sure you download as well. Come back and listen and share and like and pass it on to somebody, those who have the a heart to hear, the mind to receive, and you know they 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 bout it. They want to be about it as well. You still using pink sugar? That's good because I got something. Listen, we're not going to talk about fragrances here tonight, but I will do something on it because I have been, I think I told this. Can you repeat the fox in the suit meaning? You can actually go back and listen to the download, Stacy, but I'm gonna repeat it for you because you look like you a little new, and I wanna I wanna stay on a good foot. So I'm gonna repeat it for you. But in the future, I'm gonna need you to do your work. If you missed it, I promise you somebody in chat will put it up for you. But you can always go back and you can always re-listen again. So know that you're not gonna miss anything. Okay. But I'm gonna do it for you because it's giving new. It's giving new. So I'm gonna read it. So the omen for the fox in the suit is cunning becoming conscious strategy. And this is the old slyness of survival is being upgraded to sacred discernment. That's number one. And what you're being called to, you're being called to outsmart systems and not souls, right? And to really kind of put you in that vibration, in an elevated vibration. The activation statement is my intuition moves faster than manipulation, and I navigate with divine precision. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. My grandmother's sister transitioned last night. So, your great aunt? Any messages for me to receive from her to my grandmother? The message she really wants the family to know, and this is so easy, is she was ready to go. She had a beautiful life, especially the mid part of her life, because she's showing me, because she's really coming back like she was in her 30s or her 40s, which tells me that she passed away kind of a little later in life. Usually, when souls pass away after their 50s, they come back looking younger. They come back looking much, much younger. They come back. Uh, and she was ready to go. She had did her time here on the planet, and she's excited for what is next for her. She's showing me that during her last days, it was hard for her to move around. And even she's telling me she's like touching her eye. And in particular, she's not touching her left eye. She's even telling me about her eyesight, like she wasn't even able to see out of her physical eyes, but out of her spiritual eyes. She's letting me know that she was able to leave because she wasn't able to care for herself and take care of herself, and she was ready to go. And she's sending the family so much love. And how is this your mother on your father's your great aunt on your father's side, please, or your mother's side? Because she's making reference to a man at this particular time. And so the question I want to ask you is your father still with us, please? How is your father? Is your father still with us? Let me ask you that because she's making reference to a man. And so I'm getting the impression this might be not her son, but perhaps a nephew. Um, so this is okay, yes, this is your dad's side. And I'm not giving you a warning, and I'm not saying anything is wrong, but please tell your father to start taking better care of his health. And the family needs to be um you all need to be an advocate with your father and his health, because she is making mention about him and his health, and about his health, and that they are definitely there to sort of give that nudge to him and his health, and something's going on with him and his health. um, so these are some of the things that I would say, to just kind of speak to your father about his health, and making sure that he's doing those things to take care of his health, and he's getting some rest because he is overworking himself. And so I see there's a beautiful group of ancestors on the other side. Your aunt is surrounded by a great uh, party of people, and there's another woman who is near her, which oddly enough is her sister, which is your grandmother. Um, but she's giving your aunt her time, and who in the family, someone has a birthday that's coming up. Someone has a birthday that is getting ready to come up in the family. Someone's having a birthday. Somebody's having a birthday because she's holding a cake with a candle on it. Whenever I see spirits and they're holding a cake with a candle, someone has a birthday that's coming up. Now she is holding a cake with a candle and a bag. And usually when I see that, that means a baby is about to be born in the family, like close to somebody's birthday in the family. Like someone has a baby and then it's going to be like someone's birthday or someone. It doesn't mean it's going to be the same person in the family, but there is someone who's going to be going into a celebration in the family with a birthday, and somebody is going to be having a baby in the family. Like these two are going to kind of go hand in hand. I don't know what that means for you, but that's what she's bringing through. She's sending so much love, but the message to your father is he needs to stop overworking himself, stop stressing so much, and stop getting angry over things. That anger is what is causing his heart, his blood pressure, the headaches he's experiencing. It's too much for him. And just for him to take better care of himself and really start to do things that are more fun for him, get some rest, get as much rest as he needs to get, and just make sure he's taking very good care. This is not a warning. I'm not getting any kind of signs or any of those things, but this is the message your great aunt is bringing through. And that's the message. She loves you, by the way. She wants you to keep doing the work that you're doing. By the way, your ancestors on the other side want you to talk to them. Please talk to them because you can. And they want you. They are so proud of you. They are so excited. You've done so many different things in your life. Um, and they love you so much. And to keep going, dive into this, keep going. Yeah. So there you go. Hopefully that gave you some insight. Let's see. Let's see who was next. I don't know. Lola Falana. Is there somebody who was next? Somebody, I thought somebody put something up there and I said I was gonna. Doreen asked me a question. Where Doreen at? Doreen, where your question at? Something about the skunk. And Brother Lance, you asked a question too. So put that in the chat. I'll just do a few more questions for everyone. I'll do a few more questions. Mhm. Let's get those likes up, you guys. Doreen, put the question back in the chat for me, please, if you want me to still speak to it. Mhm. Ooh, I can answer some of these really quick because now y'all ancestors, those who've been around, y'all know your ancestors are starting to fill this room up. But let me see how many I can I can get answer. Okay, my dog got sprayed by a skunk while I was listening to you. Ooh, he got stanky. He got stanky. What does it mean? Two things. Number one, your dog has something going on with his skin. With his skin. Something's going on with your dog's skin, his coat, his skin. Something. And so the skunk actually sprayed him to, as weird as this sounds, to kill some sort of fungus, um, some sort of something that's on his skin. So the reason the skunk sprayed your dog is because some sort of chemical, whatever you're putting on your dog, whatever you're washing your dog with, you're gonna have to wash him with something else because this is too strong. It's actually not healthy for your dog. And it could be making your dog sick. Whatever you're spraying on your dog. And the skunk was reacting to that. It was attempting to react to whatever you sprayed on the dog. That's or washed the dog's coat with. Um, yeah, that's why he sprayed the dog. It was him attempting to get at in reaction to what the dog's energy was putting out. And so whatever it is, it's something, but it's doing something to his skin. And remember, our skin is the largest organ on our physical body, and it works the same way with animals as well too. Uh um it is it works the same thing. So maybe take a look at what you're washing him with, or it feels like it's something that leaves sort of a residue or some sort of powder or some sort of residue. Help me out, Doreen. Let me know what that means. But that's why the skunk sprayed him, to help sort of kind of balance out, because see, now you have to kind of wash him again. And so you want to use something a little bit more gentler on his skin, and something, because I feel like he's losing, his pores are not um they're not functioning normal on his body. Yeah. Uh uh yeah, yeah. I would I would do a little bit more research and find something. And by the way, your dog doesn't like it. What you're putting on your dog, they don't like it. They don't like it. And it's not working well for them. You may want to research some veterinarians, and see if it's something, but they don't like it. They don't like it. Mm-mm, they don't like it. Your dog doesn't like it. Uh-huh, uh-huh. The Castile soap might be okay. I would recommend using the one with no scent, no nothing, and then finding something else to put over your dog, because your dog has some sort of fungus that is attracting these fleas, and it's an issue with the skin. But here's what I want you to understand, and Doreen, I know how magical you are. You have to talk to your dog about spirituality, and you have to stay in an elevated state of consciousness. But you have to speak to your dog about staying in a higher state of frequency, because any issues with the skin is a disconnectedness with our higher self. It's a disconnect with your higher self, with source, with God. There's a disconnect there. And so I want you to literally take him and speak to him about consciousness, and really speak to him about what it means to raise his frequency, to be in an elevated state of consciousness, that he is a sovereign being. You're going to have to start raising your dog's frequency. And the more that you raise, because he doesn't have an understanding, he feels powerless, he feels defeated, he's living in fear, and often his aura is so tight, um, that he's in flight or fight mode. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. There you go. Start a doggy spiritual school tomorrow. And I love talking with pets, and they love talking to me. I love talking to them. And but I know you will have the ability to do it too, Doreen. So I want you to make sure that you're doing that. The other thing that I want you to do is, you're going to have to change his food again. I know you just made some adjustments to his food, but you're going to have to change his food again, because he hates the food you're feeding him. Yikes. He doesn't like it at all. And he doesn't like his bed at all. He doesn't like the bed I know. He's just not happy. But, you're going to speak to him about being grateful, recognizing, that, he needs to be grateful, and how much you love him. He has to get that lesson in self love because he doesn't know it, all of that. And, you're going to have to buy him another bed, because he's very uncomfortable at night and he gets grouchy and, just down in the dumps with all of this, but you need to help him. Yeah. He sleeps with you. Yeah. Well, he needs his own bed. He needs his own bed because what he has going on with his skin right now, I'm sure that's all over the place. All over the place. So, just kind of, you're going to have to start having spiritual school with him. Spiritual school with him. Mhm. Spiritual school with him. You can do it, Doreen. I know you can. So you're going to have to help him to raise his frequency and his consciousness because he's just, you know, he's just not a happy camper. Most of the time, he is not happy and he's not having fun. So maybe take him to the doggy park, let him meet other friends. Let him go to doggy daycare for a couple of hours a week because he needs to socialize. He keeps telling me he's sad. He's sad. He's so sad. He's so sad. Can he sign up for my class? He sure can. He can come with you. He can come with you. He sure can. He sure can. Tell him he can come. He can come right on up in there and I will give him his own spot too. I'll give him his own spot. Your dog doesn't like your cooking. Your dog doesn't like your cooking. And sometimes the food is just raw. And I don't know if you know it or not. Your dog feels like you trying to make him into this, you know, and he ain't about that life. He ain't about that life. Yeah. Oh, so that's why he's telling me he misses Luna. He's so sad. He is so, so sad. He misses Luna so much. So, 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 so much. Yeah, that's it, Doreen. So, yeah, you're going to have to just kind of make some changes for him and help him to rate his free rate. Uh, you feed him raw food? Yeah, you may have to change some of that. Yeah. Yeah, I would just say change, yeah, change some of that. It's causing issues with his skin. With his skin, it's giving him some sort of fungus. It's like his digestive system is not working well. But he tells me his digestive system never has worked really well since he's been a puppy. But he tolerates a lot. Hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry, listen, you just came in and your dog just jumped forward. I guess the pets are taking over tonight. The pets are just taking over tonight. So, the pets are just taking over tonight. Who? Oh, and he's a Virgo. You know how perfectionists our beautiful Virgos are. You know how they are. How do I get my ancestors out of the church realm? Why would you want to get your ancestors out the church realm? Are they bothering you? I see you guys ask questions. I'm going to get to it. It's just some of these questions are so juicy. And I'm like Brother Bobby Hemmett. I always love a good question. We love questions. Yes. Why would you want to get them out the church realm? Why you want to do that? They're sovereign beings. They're free souls. You understand? They're free souls. They don't have to evolve. Why are you fooling with them when you got your own issues? You got to get out the church realm. Not them. They said you got to get out of church realm. Not them. They don't have a problem in church realm. Let me go up here cuz y'all making me miss my. Oh, here it is. Let me come all the way back down the line now. Oh, I did that one. Let me go here. Did I go here? We did that. Let me go here. Let's see. Any messages from my mom who transitioned in 2021? Uh, let's see if your mom can come through. Let's see if your mother will come through. Okay. Okay. Hmm. 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 So I see a woman. It appears to be your mother, but your mother is, she's kind of standing on the other side of the street. Um, on the other side of a street, and she's standing in front of this office building, this huge office building. And she's going inside of this office building and she's walking up these flights of steps. And there is an office in this building. But I see some things. Um, I see some things in this in this office like setting. And there's these certificates that's on the wall. And if this is you, or if you've ever worked in a place where you were in a building similar to this with your certificates on the wall, let me know. Are you still here? Earthly and ethereal, let me know. Is that you? Because I'm getting the impression that this is you and your mother is taking me somewhere where either you have previously worked or you're currently working or residing. So, is this you or not you? Or did your mother work in this place? Why would she be at this office building? This is why we got to get the lines back because I got to talk to you guys because y'all ain't moving fast enough for me. And we spirit moves fast. Well, I digress. I move fast. So, is this you? Let me know. Where you at? You still with me? You gone? She left? We're going to come back because I need answers for this to be able to move forward. And let's see. Are y'all still answering? Are you still with us? Am I still live? Because I don't see the sister here. Yes, I'm here. Okay. I have worked in an office building before. Okay. The reason I'm telling you that is because I want to make sure this is your mother because there is another woman who gives mother energy who passed away that could have been an aunt, could have been a relative, it could have been someone. And I want to see if this is your mother that is there. So, yeah, this is your mother, and she's coming through. The first thing she wants to tell you is that she's so very proud of you. So very proud of you. The second thing she wants to share with you, of course, you know your mother loves you. I see her also standing across the street because I also want to know um, she's sort of coming through and she's saying she's so sorry. And this has to do with right before she transitioned and sort of some things that was going on between you and her before she made her transition, and sort of a promise. Uh, you know, it's almost as if she wanted to promise she was not going to leave. Oh, Your grandmother raised you. Okay. This is making sense. So your mother is saying she's so sorry. She's so sorry. Yeah, she passed months after my mom. Yes. And they are there together. They want you to know that they are there together and that they love you so much. They have so much love for the family. And she also wants you to know, wait, wait, wait. I see a suitcase. Are you taking a trip? Are you getting ready to go somewhere? Are you moving? Because I see luggage by the door and they're showing me this luggage by the door, which tells me that either you're moving, you just moved into a place, but there has been a move that has taken place. You're about to move or you're about to go on a trip. Which one is it? Which one is it? Yeah, when spirit is coming through, then it's a lot. And I do see the brother who I'm going to get to you guys' questions, but let me know. Let me know. Is it slowing down for us? When we get into these higher vibes, it'll do that. But I'm waiting on the sister to come through and if she can answer that for me. I'm going to wrap it up because it looks like it's taken too long. Your mother is sending you so much love, and your mother is saying she is so sorry that she could not have been there with you for this whole entire time of you, but she sees you. It is her way of acknowledging you. And especially this new place that you're in, because you're about to embark on a new kind of journey, but I don't think it's totally new to you. I think you've done some things like this before. But she definitely is so proud of you. She wants you to not give up because it's kind of like you're in that space of and you've been thinking about moving to new city. Well, they see this, and this is their way of letting you know that they support you in your choice, in your journey, and they're definitely going to be there with you. Whatever you decide to do, they are here to support you in that. Hmm. 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 Your grandmother is just saying, just don't give up because too many times she sees that you have given up on your dreams. Don't give up on your dreams. So there you go, my love. Congratulations. Know that they see you and they know the things that you're doing and the things that you're working on. So peace and love. Peace and love to you. All right. All right. Let's go here. Miss Blue, I am new here. I am having such issues getting over my ex and having a difficult time moving on, wanting to get back together with him after I kicked him out. um, Two things. Number one, I want you to think about the reason you kicked him out. And the reason I want you to think about that reason of kicking him out, that was an emotional decision that you made. And when you say you're having a difficult time getting over him, are you having a difficult time getting over him? Or is it, you're welcome, love, you're welcome. Are you having a difficult time getting over him, or are you having a difficult time getting over yourself? And I say that in the most respectful way. Are you having a difficult time getting over him or a difficult time getting over yourself? And I want you to think about the reason why it came to such extremes that you had to tell him to get out. Number one, I want you to always trust yourself and I want you to always choose yourself. A part of this situation that happened between you and your ex was because of why these situations happen. Number one, because you have not dedicated yourself to loving you. We can be madly and passionately in love with someone else we're in union with. and not be in love with ourselves. Yeah, you didn't trust him, and you didn't trust him for very good reason. For very good reason. So, this is what I'm going to say to you, whether you decide to go back with him or not. But what you were picking up is correct. So, the question I'm asking you is it that you can't get over him or you can't get over yourself? Because you had a very good reason not to trust him. The issue is if you two are going to get back together, you never want it to be based on why you got together in the first place, because that was built off of a rocky foundation. He was coming out of a traumatic situation. You were coming out of a situation where you had just been rejected. And so, therefore, you two came together on a very unstable foundation. And so the insecurities kept building. You were right not to trust him, but you never should put trust in another person, but trust in yourself. And so I will say this to you because I see that both of you do care for each other. Whether or not that's a committed relationship, I can tell you my answer, but I'm sure you don't want to hear that. I want you to decide. And if you do decide to get to reintroduce yourselves to each other, make sure that you learn each other for real. See, now you know who each other are for real. He knows who you are for real, and you know who he is for real. And what I'm trying to tell you is most people don't change, they make adjustments. And they should not have to change in order to be in a relationship with each other. He shouldn't have to change who he is to be in a relationship with you, and you should not have to change who you are to be in relationship with him. However, you two are going to have to grow up in order to be in the relationship with each other. You just need to figure out what does that look like, because that old relationship, you should never want that back again. You should want something new, something that is real, something that is deep and meaningful, something that is committed, and something that is authentic to the both of you. Not this superficial relationship that you two were in. And this is why he was able to do the things he was doing, and you were able to behave the way you behave. Because by definition, that is not a relationship. Y'all weren't really in you well, I guess I digress. You were in a relationship. It just wasn't what you envisioned. And you have to make sure that you both have an understanding of what that is. It can't just be your perception of what a relationship is. You understand that agreement needs to be something that you two are willing to do together. And so you were right. Everything that you thought he was doing it and still doing it. And so you have to ask yourself the question and think about the things you were doing and you were not doing. And so it's going to require, if I were to give you spiritual counsel, it would be to focus the next 9 to 12 months of falling deep in love with yourself. Mhm. Yeah, you have to get over yourself because somehow you think that you overreacted, you kicked him out, maybe it was wrong. You got to get over yourself, meaning your lower self, and really get into loving yourself. And then you'll be able to trust yourself and you can allow everybody else to be who they are. So that's the main reason why the frequency is the new flex, why I did this tonight. All about frequency is why that workshop is coming up. So we can learn how to read energy and not read people. Because the man that he was showing himself to be in front of you, yeah, he's that man, but he had other masks that he was wearing when he wasn't around you, just like you do as well. So that's what I would say with you. I still see that there is love there, but you have to be very clear about what is it you're asking to come back into your life and why, right? But I would recommend that you spend the next 9 to 12 months learning how to fall in love with you, you know? And then you can make some different decisions there. Mhm. Yeah. Well, we're not going to polarize him because he might not be here to speak for himself. But quiet as it's kept, you had about 4 masks too. So I ain't gonna let you get away with saying, "Oh, definitely had other masks." Yeah, you had about 4 masks yourself. He might have had 12, but you had four. You know, you had four on your own. So yeah. Hmm. So there you go. So love to you, and there you go. There you go. And know that you need to start betting on yourself and trust that this can be the time that you both grow up. And the best thing that can happen is that you both come back healed, you have learned some things, and you're ready to start a relationship that both of you are excited to be in. You know? That's the best thing. That's the best thing. Yeah. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. I'm going to take a few more here because I said we wasn't going to do 4 hours. Y'all trying to make me do 4 hours. Let's see. Ashe, my dad transitioned in 2021, and I've been thinking about going to his grave to sit and talk with him and my grandfather, who also transitioned before I was an adult. Any messages? Well, the beautiful thing is, if you want to go honor your father's burial site, you certainly can do that. But you can talk to your father just like you're talking to me or just like you're talking to anyone. It doesn't require, their spirit does not reside in the cemetery. I know some people on the planet believe they do. And is it an anchor point for them? Yes, to some degree. The cemetery is an anchor point for them because it's the last resting place of their physical body. And so it is an anchor point for them, but it's not a place that they reside. Now, if you go there, your daddy will meet you there, but he can meet you in your room. He can meet you on your job. He can meet you down the street. He can meet you right here in the remix. He can meet you anywhere you go, as well as your grandfather. But there is sacred rites and honoring our ancestors in these sacred spaces and through these sacred traditions. It's not required, it's not the only way. Your father transitioned in 2021. And so, one of the things, immediately, your father is holding his chest. I want to see if this is him coming through because because it's giving he passed of something to do with his heart. Um, Something with his heart. Let me know, Daily Jim. Something with his heart. Something with his heart. And also, please, who is the smoker in the family? Because I am smelling smoke. Who smokes? Who smokes in the family? Was your father a smoker? I don't know if this was him in a younger age, because he's coming through, or if he is a smoker. Let me know, please. Let me know. I, listen, are we moving too slow? We gonna have to take this somewhere else because we moving too slow. I gotta get this. Are y'all typing? Can y'all still hear me? Are they messing with us? Are they messing with us? Y'all are. That could be your dad. It probably could be your dad. That probably could be your dad. Yes, you guys hear me. So where is the Daily Jules? Where's she at? Where Daily Jules? Well, I don't know. She, he. Where Daily Jules at? You wrote me a super chat. Okay, I'm gonna look. Well, it's a lot of ancestors here, so it's not one person. And don't forget your own magic. Don't forget your own magic because he was doing this before we got to this. I think the Daily Jules is not here anymore. So I'm going to move on. Yeah, we need an after party. The volume is low. The volume done went low. Let's see. They may have left. Yeah. Okay. So we'll come back. We'll come back. We'll come back to the daily view. I'll come back. Let me go here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go. Wait. Is this okay? Let's go here. Queen, any message from my beloved aunt, who I know tried to communicate with me, but I can't understand what she's trying to communicate with me. Let's see. Let's see. Are you here, Nova? Some of y'all ain't here no more. So we're going to check and see if you here. Nova, you here? Long. Where did you go? Where did you go, Daily Jules? Where Daily Jules? Daily Jules said he was a smoker a long time ago. Okay, so this is your dad. I just wanted to confirm because you have quite a few people on the other side as well. I know. She said, child, I'm telling you, boy, y'all know how to make me work. Listen, we're gonna have to speed this up. We're gonna have to speed it up. We're gonna have to move a little faster. Okay. So this is your father. Now, what was your question? Shoot. Oh, you wanted to get a message. Okay, so this is your dad. This is your father because he's smoking up the place. Okay. Coming through. And let me see. Let me see. I got to go back to your question. Okay, you was thinking about going to the grave, sitting and talking with him and your grandfather who transitioned before you was an adult. Any message? Number one message. Um, Let me ask you a question. Did you or somebody cut themselves with a knife? A knife? Who got cut with a knife? I'm not saying somebody cut them. They could have been cooking, doing something. Somebody cut themselves. Did you cut yourself? Because they're showing me somebody who got cut. Who got cut? You ain't out here cutting yourself or somebody ain't get cut. Who got cut? Because they're showing me a knife and they're showing somebody who got cut. What significance does this have for you, please? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. Do you know any significance of this and getting cut? Yes, no, maybe so. Yes, no, maybe so. You typing right now. I see you, but you're not saying nothing. You're not saying nothing. Okay, you've been here. Okay, is it behind? Are y'all behind? What phone lines? There are no phone lines. I thought we were all on the computer. Ooh, y'all worrying me. Hold on, loves. Hold on. I gotta let somebody know. I gotta get up with them in a minute. I'm with my family. I'm with my people. I'm with my people right now. I'm with my soul family. I gotta tell them I gotta get back with them in a minute. Give me a minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so there's a delay. What is that? What's that? What's that? Who is that? You know okay. I'm a wait. Yeah, we do. We do. I, Alchemist Empress, we do. We need phone lines. Ah, okay. It's a delay. I'm gonna have to wait because I don't know. We gonna wait a minute. I'm gonna wait a minute. Joe, Joe, listen, Joe. I'm telling you. Okay, no, 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 no cuts. Okay, but okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna let you hear the rest of what I'm talking about with the cuts. Um, not you cutting yourself per se, but uh but having cuts. Okay. Put the cuts. Okay, you don't know. Put that to the side. That may be something that comes up a little later. Maybe you'll find out something about your dad or your grandfather. Just hold that. So did you hear the part when I told you you don't have to go to a cemetery? You don't have to go um, to a cemetery. You don't have to do that to speak to them. You can speak to them where you are. Um, you can speak to them where you are. Mhm. Yeah, it's a little behind. It's okay. It's okay. It's a little behind. It's okay. I know now it's a little behind. But the message that, they have for you, I can't get that picture of the knife out of my hand, so I don't know if somebody is a chef, if they cook. If they do, just tell them to be very careful around the knife, okay? You be careful around knives, be careful around knives. When you're cooking, be careful with the knife. So, I don't know if you cook, um, that's fine. You don't need to tell me your dad's name, but that's beautiful that you did tell me your dad's name. And the other thing that your father, wants you to do is, let me ask you a question. Did your father was your father, in your life? Did you guys have a period of separation? Because whenever I see an island, when I see an island and they're separate from each other, it tells me it was distance between you two. So tell me that because your father is one, he's affirming his love for you, um, that you are his son. Like, he's taking sort of this kind of ownership in this. Uh, but was there some sort of distance between you and your father, here? Yeah, yeah, I get it. You're telling me your dad's name. Thank you for that. Ooh, you way behind. What country are you in? Because maybe that has something to do with that. Okay, good. You heard that. Okay. All right. So you got to let me know what you're hearing, because you're on delay, and I'm going to just channel a message for your father. Your father has for you, and I want you to just take what fits with this message. Um, the first thing your father says is that you need to get to work. And he's talking about something literal, like it's something literal you must take care of, you must do. You must get to work. Um, and the other thing your father is stating, he's showing me a child, And so, do you have a child? Are you expecting a child? This is going to be very difficult because you are so on delay. You are so on delay. You are on delay, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get anywhere. So I'm going to give you this message from your father. Of course, you know your father loves you, but there is sort of this energy between you and your dad, which he's just telling you how much he does love you. He's making reference that you need to get to work. No, he wasn't in my life like that. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And the other thing that I see is I see a piece of paper floating in front of me. Whenever I see a piece of paper floating in front of me, it tells me it's something legal, which is what your dad is coming up. There is something legal that you must take care of. And your father is saying that you have to get to work. Like you have to take care of this. Like, don't let it linger. Don't wait for people to contact you back. Like, you have to take care of this. And if you don't take care of this, like it can turn into something that you don't want it to take care of. This is something legal. So this has to do with something. It has to do something with the dwelling. So it could be something to do with a place that you used to live or a place that you live. It may have something to do with taxes or some being behind on something where there's in some sort of agreed a payment, something to do with it could be rent or some sort of ownership. But there is something there that really needs your attention for you to focus on and to pay attention to. And you should have received a letter. You should have received some heads up about this. So this is not something you don't know, it's something you know. And your father is saying to you, take care of it. Take care of it. And so if there is a message you are trying to hear what he's trying to help you with, he's trying to help you with this. He's trying to help you take care of this. And you may be feeling this need to, oh, okay. So you have a little brother. His child. Okay, so because he is referencing a child. Okay, so this is just the acknowledgement in the family, but I want you to think about yourself and your personal life and some of the things that you have going on in your life. What's happening with you in your life? There is something going on that requires your attention. Something going on. Mhm. Something going on that requires your attention, that requires your legal attention. And if you take care of it now, if you take care of it now, your dad is saying that all everything is going to work itself out. But this is like something small that can get overlooked. But if you don't handle it now, it will turn into something else. So there you go. I'm going to leave that message there as well. Hopefully that serves your heart well. Talk to your dad because he can hear you. You guys are putting a lot of this in here. I'm only going to be able to take a few more questions here. Um, let's go to Nova. I'm going to see if you're still present. If you're still present, I will go to the, yeah, please. Can I please get a reading from you? So here's the thing. Welcome on in South Africa. Glad to have you in the building. Here's the thing that I want. The mods will put the link, if they will put the link in there. I have openings for Oracle file sessions you can get from me. I have a class that's coming on, and from time to time, I will come on and do these kinds of readings for you guys, and maybe even on TikTok or who knows? Somewhere in the cosmic streets. We'll do that. We'll do that. Okay. So, Queen, any messages from my beloved aunt? Nova, are you still? Yeah. Okay. Nova's here. who I tried to communicate with me, but I can't understand what she's trying to communicate. Let's see if we can get your aunt. Let's see if we can get your aunt. Mm, 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 mm. Nova, let me ask you a question. Um, a lot of stuff to do with the home. Uh, did you recently just move? Did you just recently move? Let me know if you recently moved, Nova. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Nova? No, you didn't move. Are you planning on moving? And I'm gonna tell you why. Are you planning on moving, Nova? Just type no again. If it's a no, type yes. If it's a yes, do you plan on moving? I'm manifesting a move. Okay. So I'm going to say that this is your aunt because what she is attempting to do is to help you with your wanting to move, but you don't have plans. I feel like there is an opportunity that is coming up, and this is what your aunt is kind of preparing you for. Where you're going to get an opportunity to move. Either it's through some sort of work you're going to be doing, some sort of partnership, something which may end up being a trip first. It could be sort of a trip that something comes up and you get to travel or you get to go to a particular place or something happens, not even something bad where you are, and you may have to move. So one of the things your aunt is letting me know is that she was kind of like she's showing me her place where she had a lot of things, but in her prime, she was very particular about where things went. And so, what she is attempting to tell you is that it's time for you to do like some feng shui in your home and start organizing things, getting rid of things that you no longer have a need for, and cleaning out certain closets, organizing, cleaning out your closets, cleaning out drawers, like doing things around where your sacred space is your home, sort of kind of organizing, getting your home together. And the reason she's telling you this, it's like someone may come to visit, or you may have a situation where someone needs to come to your house, or someone may be moving in your house. You may be getting someone to move in, or someone may be leaving. Like there is some movements that is happening around in your home. And she's just excited for this new chapter that you're in and really helping you to get things in order. And so that's why she's here. It's definitely about you getting things in order, you lining up things, getting things in order, cleaning out your refrigerator, cleaning your stove, like taking care of these things in your home. It may even be an opportunity for you to work from home. It is surrounded around some blessings that is coming to you, that is coming from your home. So take that as you may. There you go. And there is your aunt. And that's what she's attempting to communicate with you. And I would say, one of the rooms to start in first, um, maybe you currently work from home. Okay, well, good. This may be another opportunity. It's not going to be, it can be one of those weird situations like a close friend or someone calls you and says, can I come over? Can I stay for a night? Do something. But what is going to happen is going to happen in the home. And even with the move, that may come quicker than you think, that opportunity. So if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. So start preparing yourself by going through, straightening up things, organizing stuff, getting rid of some of the stuff you said you were going to get rid of. All of these things, because there are some opportunities that may come, and you may have to think quick, make a decision quick, and you don't want it to be because you just didn't have things as organized as you would have liked them to be. So, yeah, there you go. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I've been waiting for past life memories to come through dreams for me. Memories pertaining to power of color and how to activate and use magnetism at will. Ugh, what should I do? Are you still here? You're so welcome. You said, I know that's right. I know that's right. I see your question, One Up Entertainment, and I'm sending you so much love. I'm going to do my best to get to a few more questions. Y'all just make a lie out of me every day. I ain't even a liar. But when I come on here and it gets to this time, y'all try to get me every time. I just told y'all I didn't want to stay for 4 hours. And we almost at 4 hours. Uh, okay, you're still here. Beautiful. Okay, so let me get your question. And Nova, you are so welcome. You are so welcome. Okay. Okay, I've been waiting on past life memories to come through from dreams, memories pertaining to power of color. Well, here's the thing. Abdullah, you can work with power of color right now. You don't need past lives to come through to work with memories pertaining to powers and color. One of the things I would encourage you to do is just to sit quietly with yourself. Here's a technique that I will give you, and I want you to do this. Sit with yourself, close your eyes, take your eyeballs, rotate them up like you're looking into the night sky. And this is a very ancient, but also very modern technique. When you close your eyes and you look up and hold it there for 3 minutes. What that's going to do, it's going to open up your third eye and your pineal gland. It's going to stimulate your pineal gland. And once you've done that, then relax your eyes, keep them still closed. And I want you to visualize that you are looking into the center of our Milky Way galaxy. You may have to gather you a picture, like the picture behind me. Get yourself a picture. Or something. Get yourself a picture and visualize that picture. And when you see that picture, I want you to visualize a color. And that color is traveling very, very fast. That color, I want you to visualize that picture and visualize that color coming, traveling down from Earth and looking for you. It is based on your vibration. And the very first color you hear, see, feel, or know, I want you to hold that color. And then I want you to work with that color. Work with that color. You, of course, know that you can go and you can look at books and you can study some ancient techniques. But I don't want you to do that. I want you to use that color. And then I want you to immerse your world in that color. So eat foods in that color, drink drinks in that color, find a piece of paper in that color. Where's my color wheel? I had it earlier. I don't have it out. But wear those colors. Start thinking about how that color makes you feel. John Hopkins University did a study, and I believe it was John Hopkins University, and they did this study sometimes in earlier times. I don't know if it's the 60s or the 70s, where they took impaired people and they put them into painted rooms. These rooms were painted in different colors. And so these were people who were visually impaired. And when they put them into the room, they asked them, what were they picking up? What was happening when they were in that room? And they were able to tell because colors work off of the same energy and frequency and vibration we do. And so colors have a frequency, they have an energy component, they have a vibration, they have a high aspect, and they have a low aspect. And they were able to tell what they were picking up based on those colors that they were in. Now, when you're working with this color, because you said you want to work with this color for how to activate using magnetism. Well, I'm going to tell you this, and it may not be what you want to hear, but I'm going to share with you the truth, and that is your magnetism is always working. You are a magnet for everything that's happening in your life. What activates this magnetism is your consciousness, because you're only going to be pulling what is close to you at the frequency you're vibrating at. And so, if you didn't hear the beginning of the show, I talked about if you are at a particular frequency, if you are vibrating at a particular frequency or vibrational pattern, I don't know where you went, but you're not here. But whatever frequency or vibration you're vibrating at, this is what this is where you're going to stay. So raise your frequency first before you get into any of this work. Start feeling happy. Start doing things that you enjoy. And this is just going to allow you to raise your frequency. And you will not be attracting things. You will be a match for things. Very different. You will be a match for what already exists within the field that you're at. And if you can't remember your past lives, then I want you to pay attention to what foods are you drawn to? Is it a particular culture or a particular cuisine that you are being drawn to? Um, and how authentic are you living your life in the things that you are doing and how you are navigating through life? And these are the things that will help you in that quest. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. 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 So there you go. That's going to tell you what past lives are coming up for you at this particular time. You can do some automatic writing, sit down at the table, light you a candle, put on some instrumental music, and you can begin to write. And you can begin to ask your higher self, what past life is coming forward for me at this time? The past life that's coming forward for you at this time is a past life when you actually was a shaman. But remember, we didn't come back to repeat our past lives. We came back to continue our quest and to evolve ourselves beyond. So that shaman energy is always inside of you. And so, what you're being called to do is to heal. There's a part of you, there's a part of your soul that came back that wants to understand and learn about different modalities of healing. And so, because of that, I want you to get curious about the areas of your life that you're struggling in the most, no matter what area of life that is. I want you to get real curious about that and begin to start asking your higher self, what is it that my soul needs to learn from what we're experiencing at this time? And what is it that we are going to choose to experience once we have this understanding? And this is so you can begin to move yourself forward. All right. So thank you for the question. Yeah. I don't know why I can't take you off, but there you go. Hmm. Yeah. So there you go. So work with those colors, connect with those colors, all of those things. Sexual area. Well, interesting enough, you mentioned this sexual energy because it's getting ready to be in high pursuit with this sexual energy. But let me tell you something, and I said this on the live the other days, and it sent ripples throughout the cosmos. There is no such thing. I said this about a week or so ago. There is no such thing as sexual energy, creation energy. Energy is just energy. That's it. What you do with the energy is what it is. But because we have this combination of this energy within Aries and sort of these alignments that are coming up, a lot of what's going to come up has a lot to do with sexual identity and suppress sexual energy. In the words of Marvin Gaye, a lot of people are going to need sexual healing, right? Because this energy, if it is not properly transmuted, um, we can be on the flip side where different fetishes come out. People become very aggressive with their sexual energy um, that has been suppressed inside of them. It can become distorted. We're gonna be feeling, and depending on these placements, you're gonna be feeling different sexual cravings or a lack of intimacy. And so there is a way, things like Tantra, things like those who understand the proper use of this energy that we call sexual energy, right? Because this energy that we're calling sexual energy can be used in so many different ways. And if you find yourself obsessing over it, then you need to find you a practitioner or someone you can work with so that you can get a healthy understanding of this energy. Because I can tell the lens it's coming through right now from you, it's very distorted. It's very distorted. And that's okay because that happens sometime. But know that in the area of sexual, this is also an area that you can use energy because there's no such thing as sexual energy or healing energy. It's we choose that energy to transmute it. And you do that by finding purpose in your life, finding a purpose. Now, when it comes to the physical aspect, I'm not telling you to not do that, but you need to do that in a responsible way and whatever that looks like for you. But I'm telling you, this is one of those times of hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husband, hide everybody, because people are going to be acting out their unhealed self through sex, through the lens of using their energy in a sexual way. And so, if you're feeling this strong calling, because I know this comes up a lot for you, and some of us do hold our energy in that space. Because remember, energy is energy. What makes it sexual is you. That's you. You are the God of that energy. So you can filter that energy into a different area of your life and you can do other things with it. And there's nothing wrong with being a healthy, sexual, active being. Just make sure you're doing that in a way that is most healthy for you, most loving, and most healthy for you. So thank you for your question, Abdullah. All right, let's go to the next question. Uh, it's tribal serpent. My father became very ill. I am sorry to hear that. And is on life support as we speak. We spoke before about his health. Me and you spoke before about his health. Any message? Yeah, your father is in the place of contemplating leaving. He is leaving, but this is one of the best times to speak with him at this particular time. One of the things that I will say, and please, everybody, don't drop your energy. Just keep your energy high. And we're sending you so much love during this time. Love to you and your whole family. But know that your father is contemplating leaving, but know that all leaving is self undoing. You know, it's a soul saying that they're ready to move on to the next chapter in their life, at this time. But your father can hear you. You are highly intuitive. So you're here now with him. Yes, I was getting ready to say it's like he's right next to you. And literally, you just answered my question. You are right next to you. He can, because he's like, I can hear him, Miss Blue. So your father is letting me know he can hear you. And he definitely loves you. And he's not in any more pain. He's not suffering. He's not doing any of that, and he's also good with any of the decisions that the family makes. And here's one of the things that you can tell him, and you can let him know that you respect and you honor any decision that he makes. I have a feeling there is some family members who are still trying to make their way to be able to see him or somehow connect with him. And he's probably trying to hold on for some of them. But you can also let your father know that any decision he makes, that you are in total agreement with any decision he makes. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. I talked to the nurse about that and we agreed he can hear. Yeah, yeah. All souls can hear, even if the nurse didn't tell you. I promise you. I went through this very sacred process with my father in sort of the same situation. But I want you to know he knows that you are all there. I'm with his sister. It's been all on me. Yeah. And that's a lot. It's a lot. You know? Mhm. Yep. They're coming up. So that's what he's holding on for. He's just waiting so people can say their final goodbyes. But here's the cool thing. Your dad has even got up because I don't know if you know it or not, but your dad is a very, I'm going to use this word, he's a very curious person. He can be a little nosy, but he's then got up and walked all down the halls. He done went on different floors. He done checked on stuff. He is coming in and out of his body. And so sometimes you will see the machine kind of beat a little fast, slow back down. That's because he's leaving out. He's visiting people now. He's literally wanting to know. He's excited to see what it feels like to be back out of his body. Like he's pretty curious about this whole process. You can actually put on some jazz music or some instrumental music or some classical music. I'm telling, yeah, animated. Yeah, your dad is he really he's telling me he's like, "Ooh, I didn't know I could do all of this." So he's excited about this. And he understands what it means for the family, but they also know that your father is not the type of man that would to have wanted to be in a state where somebody would have to take care of him all the time. All the time. The paper towel machine went off by itself. Yeah, he's moving, he's touching stuff. He's going out, he's going out. He's walking all through the hospital. He done been at the nurses station looking at stuff. He done been down the hallway. He done been everywhere. He done been in other people's room. He's all over the place. I'm not gonna call him nosy. I'm just gonna say he's curious, right? He's just curious. And he's excited for his next journey, but he also recognized for his family. But he loves you so much, and he said he doesn't have the words for the love and the kindness, that he's receiving. And so he's just talking about how he's so used to taking care of Yeah, he's next to them nurses. Yes. We don't want to get into that, but he's so used to being the person to look after and take care of other people. And so, it he's enjoyed this time of people taking care and loving him. But he hears everybody, he sees everybody, and he's so grateful. Um, he's also saying, please let your mother know that he always will love her. And he kind of has a little smirk on his face, but he's sending that message as well. So, yeah, pretty cool guy. Pretty cool guy. Pretty cool guy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sending you love and blessings. His sister is there, and he's so grateful for her being there and telling stories about. He says he's hearing all the stories about when they were younger and stuff he would do and things that happen and all these kinds of stories. Like he's cracking up laughing, about all of those stories and things he would say and things he would do and yeah. Mhm. He really does. He really is sending love to the whole family. And yes, you are. You are. He's holding up number 1. So either you're his only son or you're his oldest son, but you're his first something because he's letting me know that you're his number 1. You're his first something. So either you're the youngest son, the oldest son, his only son, but you're his first something because he's holding up that number 1. And he's letting me know how proud he is of you. He loves you. And he's so thankful because he knows this is a big sacrifice for you to be there with him. Yeah, yeah, hmm yeah, yeah. This is a very sacred time. Oh, you're his number, you're his baby boy. Okay, I knew. Usually, whenever they hold that one up, it's either you're going to be the baby, you're going to be the only one, you're going to be the oldest, you're going to be something because he's telling me, Ms.Blue, this is my number 1, my number 1. Yeah. Uh, oh, wow. It was you and him. He raised you by himself. Wow. Wow. Is your mother still alive, please? Because he acknowledged her. He acknowledged her. Yeah. He acknowledged your mother. Mhm. And he's telling me he did a damn good job. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, and your name is One Up Entertainment. Yeah, and your dad said, "That's my one." Yeah. Is your mother still with us, please? Because your father acknowledged her, and usually souls don't do that if they have passed away. So, do you know who your mother is? Is she still with us, please? Let us know. Wow. Wow. Mhm. Yes, she moved back here 2 years ago. Yeah, he's acknowledging that. Mhm. That's powerful. That's powerful. Yeah. Well, I am sending you and the whole family so much love to everyone. So much love to you, to your father, and know he is right there with you. He's sitting right there with you and your aunt. He's right there with you. And so he's hearing all the stories and everything you guys are talking about. He can hear all of that and, yeah. Mhm. Her and my sister moved back from Montana. Yeah, blessing, blessing. Well, he's sending love to the whole family, and he's visiting them. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't call you or your sister don't tell you later. that she had a dream and he came to her in a dream, or your mom mentions she was in the store and she seen someone that looked just like him and they came up and said something, you're going to see something like that. You're going to see something like that. You're going to see something like that that happens. Mhm. All right. Yeah. So beautiful, beautiful. Love to you and to the whole family. Yeah. All right. Ooh, we at 4 hours, you guys. There we're at 4 hours. Let's see. There's a lot of fear surrounding immigrants and deportation. That's funny. You are using a name that I have used for eons. Chat and chill. Chat and chill. That was me and Brother Panic. I came up with that chat and chill. I created that chat and chill. It's nice to know the vibration has made it across the planet. It is so nice to know that it has. I love that. Let's see here. Let's see here. You're you're so welcome. Thank you and love to you, One Up Entertainment, as well. I know, King. Why didn't you stop me, King? You know I'm not supposed to be here. I told y'all I didn't want to do 4 hours. We're doing 4 hours, but let's see. There's a lot of fear surrounding immigrants and deportation. What can be done to help the collective that may face that to help navigate forward? Yeah. Whew. Let's see. Um, Number one is to really know that a part of this, I'm not going to say is destiny, but is a part of their blueprint. And so their soul is going to be navigating them to where they need to be. And it's a difficult thing to to navigate in this space, but to really be in the place of making sure that they do the things that they need to take care of when they need to take care of it. Because the souls that are going to be connected with this, I could only imagine how fearful it might be. But a lot of this is a part of these souls' journey. And for the ones that it is not, they will choose something else. I am looking forward to the time that we get to the place where we all can become universal citizens. I did an award ceremony and I gave out awards, and that was a few years prior to that. I got the channel that we are all universal galactic citizens. And so we belong everywhere. We all do. And planet Earth is our birthright. But there is a way that we have agreed to navigate these spaces and these places. And so we're going to have to figure this out. But the worst thing that they can do is to be in fear. And I just could not even imagine. I'm sure it is so much fear. But know that the souls, because everyone is not going to get deported, and there will be some people who are being deported, but that was happening even prior to some of the new laws and new things that have come into effect. I remember when I was young, a young girl in my early teenage years, and there was some people who were getting deported, and it was the first time that that was explained to me. What does that mean? I remember asking my parents, what does it mean? Why does that family have to leave? Why can't they stay here? And I got explained about what it means to be what the world calls an immigrant, because there really is no such thing as an immigrant. But know that we are highly advanced citizens on this planet. And our soul's calling is one that we can navigate. And so, if there are anyone who is in this space, one of the best things they can do is really to keep their energy high and not fall into that and start to imagine and say, what if I don't get deported? I remember one time, because believe it or not, we have Americans who deal with this all the time that are living in other countries outside of America. And one particular sister, she was living in the country. I guess in their country, she would have been considered an immigrant. And she would say, Miss Blue, it's time. They're saying if I don't have these papers, I'm going to have to leave. And I said, no, you're not, because I'm looking in your Akashic files and you're going to stay. Whether you meet a person, connect with a person, or something happens, it's just not in your blueprint for you to get deported. And that is sort of the same way this goes, right? But also, it's about also maintaining the possibility. But what if these immigrants do not get deported? And so we have to expand our consciousness, because you got to know it's these souls that are here that are going to experience this. There is a greater calling for them, whether that is through a different form of being an activist, for them coming up for other solutions and other things to happen. There will be many other pathways that open up. But right now, this one, because I have looked into the Akashic records, it's kind of that wavy line I get. It doesn't show that this is going to go the way that many people on the planet have been told that it's going to go. It's not going to happen that way, at all, at all. Absolutely not at all. And so there you are. And sending love to you and love to anyone who is facing or find themselves in that position. But there are people who have been living in our country and other countries who have never been citizens and don't have papers and lived here for 90 their whole entire lives, right? And so know that there is a greater story at work, and we have to have faith. We have to live in our purpose, all of us, at any given moment, right? Because tomorrow's not promised to any of us. So, in that regards, and I don't mean to make light of this, but this is just how spirit and my guides are giving it to me. Right now, even being on this planet, we're kind of immigrants all here, because at any moment we can leave and return back to the divine source of where we came from. Any of us, any of us. That could happen to me, to you, to any of us here. The brother that just came on, his father, he is leaving this planet to return back to divine source, the source. Yeah, yeah. Not an easy situation to navigate, for sure. Not at all. Let's go to New Diamond. I love that name, by the way. New Diamond, are you still here? What's going on with who right now? Who y'all talking about? Who? What's going on with who? Who we talking about? You know? How do I know what realm I'm in when I'm tapping into channeled messages? I see certain things. I'm tapping into my powers about a year now without any help. Wow, I love that question, New Diamond. First of all, let me help you out, sister. You always got help. We don't do anything by ourselves. But I understand what you mean. Like, no one's teaching you, but your guides are teaching you. So you have help, right? You have help. All of us have help. So you do have help with tapping this in. And so some of the messages that you see, it's going to let you know. I want you to think about it like this. When you get on an elevator, let's say you get on an elevator and the elevator has, oh, I don't know, 30 floors. When you push that button, if you go down in the basement, we all know what it looked like in the basement. We know when we in the basement. You will know based on the amount of information and how the channel is coming to you. Because the higher that you raise your frequency and source, you will expand your consciousness and awareness. You will be out of fear. You're not going to have people chasing you, trying to kill you. You're not going to see doom and destruction because that is a one-dimensional thing. When you get into the higher dimensions, you start getting into solutions, you start getting answers, you start getting deeper understandings that move beyond what is right and what is wrong. You start to see expansion, you get into the vastness. This is how you're going to know that you are moving into a higher frequency. Yeah. So I would say great work. Great work. I would love to have you come join the frequency class, but great work. Absolutely great work. Just continue because as long as you're seeing something very polarizing, you're still in the earth dimensions. And believe it or not, the dimensions are really frequencies. You understand? But when you start getting into the higher frequencies, you're not trapped by I'm gonna bump my elbow and steal your soul. That's kind of child's play. And I don't mean to make light of nobody's belief system. I don't mean to make light of nobody's level of consciousness. But then you start to be able to see beyond that and understand what's really playing out here and how things are really operating in this dimension. But it's not just going to give you the operation manual, it's going to give you solutions. Solutions. Yeah, it's going to give you solutions. So I always challenge people when you start diving, you see pyramids, lights, and guides and beings. I have no fear, but I'm curious. Yes, the pyramids, the lights, and the guides and the beings, it seems like you are tapping into dimensions. I'll tell you this from myself and many of my clients. When you start going into these dimensions where you see the pyramids, the lights, and the guides, you are entering into what I like to call spiritual initiation and sort of classes where your guides are taking you through, and you are, instead of having these physical um, initiations and going through these schools of thoughts, you are going through spiritual training. I went through a lot of spiritual training, and I would always end up. There used to be this, I would come in and I would immediately be walking in sand. There would be this gorgeous woman who would be wearing all white. She was dressed up with her stuff on. She would grab one hand, and there would be another sister on the other hand, and they would walk, and we ended up walking between some pyramids. When we got on the sand on the other side, there were these huge chairs, and there was a man and a woman sitting in the chair, and they brought me in front of them, and they began to start speaking to me. At first it was kind of like Charlie Brown, want 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 want. I would come back and say, it happened, but I don't know what happened. But I went through this whole initiation till I began to start understanding. So as we move further, most of our spiritual initiations will take place in the spiritual realm. And this is why you see so many people comfortable coming into who they are, even like you, New Diamond, like you're saying, I'm doing this and I'm not receiving no help. I just kind of preference that because that's a little bit of what we call our earth ego coming through to think that we can do this by ourselves. It's not designed for you to do it by yourself, but I'm not talking about having a physical person help you, but just knowing that why would you want to do it by yourself? Why would you? That is earth level talking. You understand? Because it doesn't take away from your power being the God goddess that you are because someone assisted you. Because one of the things that I have learned in this walk is that the work you so desire for yourself is what you want to do for everyone else. And so, if you are going to be a teacher and you are a teacher to help others heal, what if they took that same perspective you took? I don't want no one to help me. Then it's going to cause a friction in the work you're trying to put out in the world because you're actually against what you're trying to say you're for. And so that causes us to have conflict in what we're doing. And so I give that to you with love and just also just to let you know that where you're at, these dimensions you're going through school, you're being going through classes, you're going through schools. This is why so many people can call themselves a healer. They can call themselves what do you call it? They'll call themselves an oracle, or they're call themselves all of these different names. A lot of times it's because of the work in the spirit world. For me, I do as much work as I do in the physical, I do triple that in the astro realm. And that's a lot of places where I go to school, but I also have teachers here who have helped guide me, that have helped me, from all the great teachers, from Queen Afua. I'm one of her certified holistic practitioners. I've gone through her school, under the training of all of these great trainers. Brother Bobby Hemmon, I have worked with him, trained with him, so many of these great teachers who I have been privileged. All of you, I consider you guys to be my teachers and me be the student. So you can always see it that way. But it sounds like you're sort of kind of going through some training. So have fun with it. Make sure you keep a notebook and document these different things because you're going to be taking in to so many different places. Yeah, right now I meant no help as in family calling what I'm doing demonic and going against the norm. Yeah, or the family, but I understand perfectly. So I know you get it. I know you get it. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, you're going through this and it's okay that your family doesn't understand. What they're really telling you is that they didn't come back here to do the work that you came back here to do. That's what they're telling you. So I want you to take it so personal that you understand what they mean. That's code word for we done did that already. This is your time to get spiritual in this lifetime. We on some other stuff. Because this is what I tell people, don't make yourself so arrogant to think you're above them either, because maybe in a past life they did their work already and they're here to experience something different. And that's why we have soul families. Because what would we do without soul families? When our real families really want to kick us out, they want to tell us, get up out of here with all of that. Nobody is interested in that. That's why you have a soul family. So enjoy this. This is a magical time for you. I know we all would love to be able to sit down with the people we love and care about the most and say to them, let me tell you what I experienced. Let me tell you what happened. And for them to get excited with you. But know that your parents did the work that they came back here to do so you can step into who you're becoming. And so both is to be respected. And that's what I always share with people. It doesn't mean that one thing is wrong. You understand? But you wouldn't be able to be who you are if your parents did not have to be who they are and the work that they came back. So if you think of it this way, in this lifetime, they said, who is going to be the one to go down that spiritual path? They said, oh, new diamonds. We're going to pick her. We're not going to do it this time. We're going to let her do that. And you said, yeah, that's what I want to experience. So I want you to understand that. So that's all they're saying to you is that you came back here for something different. And I'll tell you this, and lastly, I'll go. Anytime you ask Ms.Blue one of these questions or share this about the family, For now, my answer is going to be the same. When you're the one who knows, you're the one responsible. That part. And once you tap deep into your spirituality, nobody's religion or school of thought is going to bother you. It's not. You're going to be so far past that you can have a conversation. I have conversations with Catholics, Muslims, people who are into Christianity, all schools of thought, all schools of life. I have done readings for them at these big mega churches and these synagogues, and we have sat down and had spiritual talk. When you really embrace the understanding, you will have no problem with anyone. None. And they won't have an issue with you because you're not trying to convert anybody. That's you're not trying to do that. So the more that you get into this, you'll be able to see it a different kind of way. And it'll ease things. And as they see you grow and develop, some of them gonna get a little curious. They gonna say, "What new diamonds? Let me call new diamonds and ask her a question. She into that crazy stuff. Let me see what she got to say about this." And you'll be that person. Hmm. You'll be that person. Yeah. So thank you for the beautiful question and congratulations to you. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Welcome from South Africa. Wow, how can I stay present in this realm without losing connection with the spiritual realm? This realm is going through so much shift. Hold that question, sis. You might be the last question I answer. You might be that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right. They're gonna come back and ask you some questions. I see you with your CUM come. Don't get them jumping up in here, New Balance. I ain't gonna be able to keep them off you. I'm not going to be able to keep them off you. Don't get them jumping. Don't get them jumping. Ah, don't get them jumping. Oh, listen, this is what I'm going to do. I know there are more questions. Yeah, I know. It's that energy. It really is, though. It really is. It really is. Uh it really is that energy. It really is. Um, and I want to answer this question and then we're going to close out. I see it's still over 230 of us here. And I just want to say thank you all for hanging in. I'm going to answer this question because I think it's a great note for us to close out on, especially since we were here talking about frequency is the new flex, how to read energy and not just people. And so I'm going to read the question. How can I stay present in this realm without losing connection with the spiritual realm? This realm is going through some shifts. It absolutely is. This realm is going through some shifts. But here's the thing I want you to understand: you can never be separate from the spirit realm. Never. You can never be separated from the spiritual realm. If you do like this is how close the spiritual realm is. It's a lot going through on this realm, but remember, we are beings. We are spiritual beings first. So technically this is a spiritual realm here because we are spirit to spirit connecting with each other. So spirit is never going to get lost in the equation and you can't lose yourself, but I do understand what you mean because you have to ground yourself. It's so much of what to be grounded in here. And this is the time where we become the living practice that we have been practitioners of and understand that nothing right now and why things seem so chaotic. If you think about the waters of noon, right? The primordial waters where everything is birthed out of, the chaos where everything is birthed out of, the reason planet Earth seems like that is because there isn't a defined direction we're headed in. And so you cannot lose your power it is time for us to make sure that we are standing in our authentic light and we are moving forward in the work that we know we came to the planet to do. And that's going to anchor us in the direction to be moving in. That's how we get there. Nothing is written in stone. Nothing. They want you to think that things are written in stone, but nothing is. It's still up for grabs. So that whole splitting of the old earth and the new earth, that has already occurred. And it's based on frequency. You could be living, sleeping in the bed with someone who is in the old earth and you are in the new earth, which is just code word for you're on a higher frequency and they're on a lower frequency. But it's not about everyone changing on earth. We're going through times where there's a lot of things that need to change in order for us to continue evolving. And so that results in this physical realm from physical structures breaking down for them fading away. And I'm glad you mentioned that because I have some notes really quick I'm going to give you here for the soul family. Some of my predictions. I was going to talk about the Golden Dome tonight, but I'll do that another time. But here are some things to be on the lookout. I was going to put this in the second half of my prediction show, which I'm going to do, is that hospitals will be shutting down in record numbers. You're going to see hospitals closing. And these hospitals will be closing. They're going to be shutting down. They're going to be closing all over the country. You're going to see, and particularly in the West, these hospitals are going to be closing. But they're closing down to what will happen is we are going to start having more specialty hospitals that will start to open up. There will be more specialty hospitals that will open up. So there will be a hospital for just for women and birthing babies and these kinds of things. And, if you're dealing with other things, things dealing with your bones and your blood, these different things, different organs, they're going to have specialty hospitals. And we're also going to go back to kind of like the Cosby days, or when the doctor's office used to be in the basement or a room in his house. Doctors are going to start opening their offices in the neighborhoods again. Like dentist offices used to be the barber shops. The same barber chairs in the dentist office, they're going to be there. So I want you all to understand this and these things that are going on. Uh-huh. They just ought to. I was in the emergency room after a second of two car accidents this week. The lack of care was scary. Yes. Oh, I pray that you're okay. Two car accidents in 2 weeks. It's time for you to sit down, sis. Your frequency is trying to elevate and shift. And you definitely need to not be driving. Maybe let someone else drive for you. Your energy is very unstable. Very, very unstable at this time. Yep. If you can, give yourself a week or two on vacation and lay low. Lay low in the house. Love on yourself. Give yourself some good food. If someone needs to go to the store, let them go to the store. You don't need to drive. You don't need to go anywhere. Your energy right now, I seen you when you came in the room, I seen you. I didn't tune into your energy, but I seen your energy when you came in the room. Let me get back to what I was saying for the sister who asked that question, but we're going to have specialty. Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, you need to get out of a car, period. Your energy is trying to recalibrate, really recalibrate. And so good you wasn't driving the second one, but your energy is trying to up level, upgrade you, upgrade you. You may even find that if you walk past a lamp in your house, the bulb will blow out, or if you cut the light switch on, the light will blow out. You might be driving past a power plant and see it flicker. I've had it happen to me before. Your energy is recalibrating in a very high frequency. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Your name is Glitter. Because you glowing right now, sis. You glowing right now. And you are pulling a lot of electricity in your body. So if you can get out and walk on the grass or be near a tree or something, this is going to help you. And I'll send you some sparkles and so much love and light. And I pray that you and everyone is well. But lastly, let me say this: hospitals, specialty hospitals, are going to start popping up. That's where we're moving. The second thing we're going to see that's closing down is prisons. Prisons are going to be closing down. We're going to see massive shutdowns of prisons around the country. That is going to be happening around the country. We'll see that about these prisons shutting down around the country. And this is because we have to redo what we understand about how do we do people that we feel are not fitting in or break the laws of society, and what they're being imprisoned for and what that process looks like. And then the next one where we'll see a massive shutdown is going to be our school systems. And by the way, we're going to see some of these hospitals are going to turn into living facilities. They're going to turn them into homeless places for housing for the homeless and those who are displaced in our society. The prisons are going to be reformed as well too. So there's going to be a whole sort of upturn of how they're going to start integrating our prisons. I've already did in my first, if you didn't hear the first show that I did about my predictions for this year, you're going to be able to go back and listen, because everything that I said about our aviation system in the West is already happening. The President of the United States just accepted an airplane from Qatar. And like I said, I've heard many people talk about not to fly and how this is not going to be a good year to fly in 2020, in 2025. And that I told you guys is don't fly on an 11 day. If you don't have to, it's not a good day to fly for the vibration of this year. And that has come to pass. But what I haven't heard anyone talk about is what I made in my prediction video. I said that what I was shown is that we're going to get an overhaul in our aviation department and how we fly by air. And this is already happening by Air Force One being replaced by Qatar, which has one of the most modern, up to date, sophisticated air countries with their technology in the air, uh, far more advanced than any of the airlines in the West. And I told you guys with all of these planes and Boeing 77, let me give you a number because I like to fact check, especially after these channels have come in. And someone sent me this before I went on. It says Boeing Justice Department reached a deal to avoid trial for over 737 crashes. All right. And so these are the things I told you. We're going to change the way we fly. The rules about how we fly is going to change, even down to the identification and how we fly. Mhm. My son is planning a trip with a friend in November. He should be fine as long as he's not flying on a 11 day. So that means that when you take that number 11, it don't let it add up to be an 11, or it shouldn't be on the first. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be on the first or an 11 day. And I can tell you right now, your son is not flying on that day. He's not flying on that day. If he was flying on that day and that was going to be his destiny, you wouldn't even be here. More than likely, you wouldn't. But he's not going to be flying on that day. But it just doesn't need to add up on an 11 day, right? It doesn't mean it will happen, right? Course, every plane is not, but I think if you go back and you fact check what I'm telling you and look at the data, you will see in 2025 we've had tons and tons of planes crash. Um, but go back and listen to that show that I did for the predictions. That's just part one. I'm going to bring part two out in a minute. I'm giving you guys a piece of it, but we're going to see that. So, our president now has in the United States, he has that airplane from Qatar, right? And I'm telling you, things are going to change. And these airlines are going to have to ante up. They're going to have to, our planes. I'm not going to go into everything I talked about, but it's everything I said. And I haven't heard anyone on the planet speak about this. They talked about the planes crashes, but they haven't talked about what was going to happen afterwards. And this is what I'm telling you guys about when you're tapping in, you get solutions. You don't just get part of the story. And this isn't something only I can do. This is your birthright. We all can do this. We just need to train ourselves and get into this practice. It's not just about identifying what's going to happen bad. We live on earth. We're multisensory beings. We all know bad things happen and we can tap in. It's a heavier frequency here, but can you see the solution? Can you move beyond that? Can you expand the consciousness beyond that? And that's what I'm going for. So that being said, yeah, yeah, how you can stay connected is by doing the work you love and keeping your frequency high. Remember, Earth is going through a transformation just like we're expanding and transforming, so is Earth. Earth is no more conscious than we are. And quiet as it's kept, neither is Earth, heaven, and spirits in Earth, heaven. Mhm. I'm a practicing healer, Western medicine too. I love that. We recently brought a farm and we're planning on opening up a healing center using earth energy, including plants, fruits, and animals. Bless you. That is powerful. And that's where we're moving. That is the kind of work. This is how you bring the balance. We know it's never going to be balance here. It's not supposed to. And the first thing I tell everyone, there's nothing wrong with what's happening on earth. The moment you get that, it allows you the freedom for you to be the difference. There's nothing wrong with what's happening on earth. And earth is going to keep earthing forever, forever, ever. It's going to keep earthing for as long as it earths, right? But the more of us that expand our consciousness and awareness, and it doesn't require 8 billion people, it takes a few of us. This is why we're seeing the changes we're seeing now, because it is the few of us have definitely caused the shift in the consciousness on the planet. It has changed the outcome of a lot of things that are happening. So don't let anyone fool you into believing because one person or group of people say this is what's going to happen, that your vote doesn't count. Your energy counts. Your energy matters and your energy can shift. There's a time, and I take you guys back to a great show that me and Brother Panic did along with Brother Bobby Hemmett, but me and Brother Panic were the ones who set it up, where there were some things going on in Haiti, and we went and disrupted that energy. Y'all, we disrupted that energy so much that following Monday morning, I got a call that the United Nations wanted to have a conversation with me. That's how much we disrupted what was going on. So you tell me, if we're over here and Ms.Blue crazy, don't know what she's talking about, don't know what she's doing, why would the UN want to have a conversation with me and talk to me about some of the things that was said and what we did during that show? And those who were here live, who experienced with me, they all know what went down on that show. But this actually happened, and it was with me and Brother Panic. I can't give you the year because I don't do numbers like that, but this happened, and anyone who was there remember. And I came on the show the next day and told you guys about how the United Nations, they called me several times and wanted me to have a conversation with them. Now I would have a conversation with them, but back then I wasn't interested in anything they had to say to me. But it was when Wycliffe was going to run for president. Do you remember that? Remember when Wycliffe, they were putting Wycliffe up to run for president? And then later we found out about all that whole little corruption thing that was going on surrounding him. If you know, you know. I know you're asking for a good reason, Donna. I'm not saying that. I just wanted to kind of let you know, but that's the time frame. You remember Ella? Yes. Priestess Lisa? Yep. You remember when that happened. And we did a live ritual on air, and that shifted everything. That changed everything that was going on over there, that was happening in that country. And then later we had a whole thing that happened where I had a dream, Panic had a dream, and Brother Bobby had a dream, and we all woke up and called each other, and we were all explaining, we were all there in real time in the dream doing the work that we did. So never think that what is happening in this dimension is totally out of our control. We don't need to control it because we are creating it. And as long as we know that we're creating it, then everything is going to matter, from the weather, right? From what happens at our children when they're out and about at school, um, to what happens to our waters, to what happens in our bodies and everything. Those shows are still live, by the way. Um, but yeah, RIP to Blog Talk. I know, Joe. RIP to blog. Yeah. So listen, you guys, we at 444. I'm about to get out of here. It has been a joyous time. We done had another master class, but if you guys have been listening and following me for a while, you know we do this often. I just got a lot of stuff going on, so I got to get back to doing oracle file readings, answering you guys' emails, preparing for the class that is going to be coming up. That's listed here, all about frequency. Remember, it's going to be happening. Uh, yeah, Earth is going to be Earth. Listen, listen, sis. Earth is going to keep earthing. That's right. It's going to keep earthing. It is. That's right. Well, keep up your powerful work as well. Shouts out to South Africa and all of the beings on the planet. Let me see if I can give you guys this date of when the class is going to start on June the 10th, but more details will come. More details will come. For those who are feeling called, I want to say thank you to everyone for the super chat. Thank you all. 250 plus of you still here. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. This is beautiful. Give a big shout out and love to the mods. Lola Falana in the building, Brother Lance, Brother Dante. Love you all the soul family in the blue room. You all held it down. And to everyone listening, because I know so many of you do listen, but you don't click that like button. Like, what I got to get you to do to click like, what I got to do to get you to click subscribe. Come on over. We don't bite over here. We don't bite. Wholeness to you, Madame, Madame Mojo. Wholeness. I love that. So we don't bite over here. We have a good time over here. We don't bite. We don't bite. We don't do all that, but and also, if you are still here listening to the end, I want you to comment. Let's see what we're going to comment. Let's put the frequency symbol, which is the sign of Aquarius, in the comment section afterwards. Put the frequency symbol in the comment section to let me know that you are still here. You're still here and you made it all the way to this point. And please, you guys, click that link in my bio. You find out everything I have going on. Stay connected with me. And also let me know. Follow me on TikTok because I get to go live on TikTok, you guys. Love you too, Miss Ty Kelly. Love you all so much. I get to go live on TikTok. So you guys follow me on TikTok because I get to go live. TikTok done No, they didn't mess up. They did the right thing. They letting your girl go live. So I've been live 2 times on TikTok. I missed today. So obviously, I'm going to go live on TikTok tomorrow, and have a little fun over there. I love that space. You guys have been telling me for years to get myself over there, and I just wouldn't do it. But I'm glad that they told me I can go live because y'all know I live for a live moment. So holla at your girl. You want me to come on your show or something? Holla at your girl. I love going live. Um, Trying to think if there's anything else that I forgot to tell you. Everybody, thank you for the Sky Quest. Keep doing your work with the Sky Quest. Sky Quest, leave a comment if you purchase any of the products, the Oracle file. Thank you all for leaving these amazing, incredible reviews for me. It really helps me. It also shares with me what you guys want more of, what you guys are more connected with, what kind of work you want me to do more of. So the comments are there, and for the new people, they get a chance to see the work that you're doing. Oh, look at y'all! Y'all are still here. Y'all still. I should have known y'all still up. Oh, Sheila's still up. Brittany vibes. All of you guys. So, so just let me know. Just let me know what you all have going on, and that's one of the ways you can do it. Let's come back. Listen to the positive omens for Gemini season here. Let me know how that's playing out for you guys, and I think that's gonna probably do it for me. Yeah, that's gonna do it for me tonight. I didn't outdid myself here. Yeah. So the Sky Quest, more liquid magic coming. We got classes coming. I'm super excited about the All About Frequency class and the All About Frequency show. That's going to be coming. And thank you all for, yeah, listening. And let me know your takeaways from the show. If we like more shows like this, I'll do more shows like this. If there's a subject or something you want me to speak on or talk about, also share that. Yes, Maria, thank you. Sweet dreams to you. What time is it in your part of the world as well? So let me know. I love you all so much. I am Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle. You fell asleep and you woke back up, sunshine, and we still going. I'm telling you, it's times that we did an all-nighter, but we're not doing an all-nighter tonight. Don't have the Aquarian sign right now. If you don't have the Aquarian sign, just go ahead and put the magic ball up. You probably won't get it until after the live is over. But the Aquarian symbol is the symbol for all of astrology. So that's why they call, that's the leading sign of astrology. It's the one where you get the community, the collective, the social gathering, all of that. Peace, peace to you all. Ms.Blue, when you do a physical lecture here in Austin, you know, that's the second time or third time that has come up. I'm going to plan something, but I kind of want to go somewhere else. I guess I shouldn't be that way. I can do something in Austin and let y'all come on down, and then we could go in HEB. Y'all don't know nothing about HEB and Bucky's. I can take us on a trip to HEB. We can take a magical trip into HEB and a magical trip ah, into Bucky's. We can take a magical trip into Bucky's. If you in Texas, you know what I'm talking about HEB. We love our HEB and we love our Bucky's. You're down? Okay, okay. Well, it's definitely something we can think about. We can do that. We can do that. It's a lot of good things to do here in Austin, and we can have fun. We don't need no extra stimulation. When we get together, that's going to be a whole movement in itself. So I definitely thank you for bringing that up and putting it on the radar, because I'm gonna put that on the radar. I'm gonna put that on the radar. I'll see you in ATL for Brother Rich hike as well. Well, I'm waiting on Brother Rich. I got to wait on instructions from Brother Rich. He said he was going to get back with me, and I'm definitely, still open for that as well too. So yeah, hmm yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you know about Bucky's, if you know about HEB, hey hotel, Then you all know. Oh, you're in Houston. You're in H-Town. Well, I love me a good Galleria moment. Austin is beautiful, and we Austin is beautiful. We got the domain, but Houston got the Galleria. I'm always up for a good shop. A little shop till you drop. No, we won't be doing that. I'm teasing you guys. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I don't want y'all to start calling me the bougie oracle. I ain't bougie, but I do love a good Galleria. I do love a good Galleria. I do love a good Galleria moment. But Austin, we got the domain. We got a whole city. We don't have just the building. We got a whole city where we can do that at. Yeah. Yeah, Houston. Yeah, Houston is something else. Houston is something else. But they got a lot of good stuff going on. My dad in Oh, your dad's in it's a lot of H-Town people up in the building. Okay. So it's good to know. It's good to know. It's good to know that we got some spots, and Dallas is just right up the road. San Antonio's right around the corner. Like, we could do quite a few things. If I host something here, mother will put it down. You will never forget this trip. It will be one of the best experiences of your life, because I love to throw a gathering, a good get together, a good spiritual get together. Oh, I love it. I'm so here for it. So here for it. Mhm, I am. But let me get out of here. I'm just running my mouth now. Ms.Blue, how does one get you on one's chat? Email me. Email me. Email me. That's all you got to do. Email me. hmm Email me. Just send me an email. Let me know. I'm ready to get outside, digitally outside, and also physically outside. I've been doing this work for 20 years. Yeah, on in my universe. Okay, all right, new diamond. I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna hold y'all to it. Everybody talking about H Town. So when I pop out and I say come to H Town, listen, I'm gonna need y'all to show up and show out. I know y'all will. I know y'all will. I'm not worried about it. The Soul family will. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful here. I know y'all don't want to come when it's like 300 degrees. So I won't do that to you, right? Cuz it gets hot down here in Texas. We about that heat, you know? You got to be built for that. So give you the puzzle piece. You need a tan. Oh, you gonna get one here. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just go ahead and make sure you change all of that, all of them ingredients to go about eight shades to the right. You gonna get a good tan now. If you ain't gonna get nothing else, you're gonna get a good tan. I remember one day I walked in the store and someone said, "Did you go on vacation?" I said, "No, I was working in my yard." You just look like you've been on vacation. Next stop, South Africa. Listen, would love to come down there in South Africa. What part of South Africa are you in? What part of South Africa are you in? I got a lot of listeners down there in South Africa. What part of South Africa are you in right now? Let's see. Miss Shelley said it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. What part of South Africa? I want to know. You guys let me know, especially my international family, because I know the time is so different. We getting out of here because we about to hit 5 hours, and I know you are lying. I know you lying. If y'all want to see me anytime soon, y'all better say good night, good morning, good afternoon. You better say something. Bye, Miss Blue. shut it down. Because we about to hit 5 hours over here. But no, this was good. This was good and definitely needed. Uh-huh. What part of South Africa are you in? She never said. She said, good night, sweet dreams. Hola. Konnichiwa. Y'all about to say everything. Ciao. Y'all about to tell me good night. Donna said good night. Take your butt to bed. Meeting adjourned. Yeah, I gotta go, you guys. I love that name, Life Unfiltered. I am just now catching that. Hold on. Life Unfiltered. I love that. Mhm. 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 You know what? And then Enchanted Hourglass said, dang, we just got here. Well, look, you're gonna have to run this one back, sis. You're gonna have to run it back. You're gonna have to run it back. You're gonna have to run it back because I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Hmm. Hmm. What's my star sign? You never answered my question. What part of South Africa are you in? I'm an Aquarius. Couldn't you tell? Couldn't you tell? Yeah. Hmm. That's my star sign. At least that's what I'm representing right now. Hmm. That's what I'm representing right now. Although we're all the star signs. Showing up late to the party sometimes has its advantages, but not today. Oh, and happy Memorial Day to those to all of those. I don't know if it's a happy Memorial Day, but let's say Memorial Day celebration for all of those who have been of service in our lives, right? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. All right, we're gonna go. We're not gonna wait for that. We're gonna go. We're gonna get out of here. But love to you all. A booty da. I don't know my phonics. So I don't want to say it wrong. Mm. All right, Roz. All right, soul family. Peace and love. Ciao. I'm getting ready to go. And well, I can't go to sleep yet. I got stuff I gotta do, but I'm about to get in the bed in a hot minute. Oh, the Looney Tune. Listen, I'm glad you told me. Is it Kidana? Kidana? Elmer Fudge language. Yes, I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. Thank you all. All right. Peace and love. Ciao. So, family, peace and love. Ciao. Now the thing doesn't want to end. Go figure. We are